before I go on any little rambles or tangents or whatnot. So, it is... Can this load? Okay. Oh, wait. I have YouTube unmuted. Gotta mute that real quick. Because I need to double check to make sure that it is working correctly. But it looks like it is. Alright, perfect. So, it is finally time to finish this run. I'm not really going to do much of a preamble, especially because in the edited version of this, in the video, it's just going to be probably, I'll cut out this little moment. We'll just jump right into it and connect it. But for anybody who is watching this, I guess for the first time, like either on Twitch or YouTube, just quick backstory. So this is the warrior that I started a 1 to 80 speedrun on it many months ago, and then right before I recorded the last part, character got banned. I did a short stream yesterday where I kind of got my bearings because I hadn't played this character in 6 months. So I made sure that I had all my stuff set up. I logged in. I tried to figure out where I left off because it's hard to pick up a speedrun that you haven't finished or haven't played since 6 months. So then I'm like, all right, this is probably where I left off. Let's keep going, and got a feel for how to play the class. Played for like an hour, and I got to level 72 from 69. So leveling right now is pretty quick. Now, obviously, I had rested experience for much of those 3 levels, so it was extra fast, but I still suspect that the last 8 levels of this shouldn't take very long, because overall, the entire process felt relatively quick. So I'm just going to make sure that my Twitch and YouTube stuff is working correctly. Takes extra long to set up because I gotta get all the web pages and stuff sorted, but everything looks good on my end, so I'm just gonna hop in and we're gonna go. Because unfortunately, I didn't manage to start the what's it called? I managed to start the stream quite as early as I wanted to. But okay. I'm going to just jump right back into it. We're going to queue for a random dungeon. At this level, I now have access to Asjul Narub and Ankahet, which is pretty good because I know Asjul Narub is one of the faster dungeons. That one's going to be pretty quick, and generally speaking, just dungeon completion XP feels pretty good in general. I'll remember that from the old days, that it was pretty quick, but it definitely feels good. And of course, because we don't want to have downtime, right, I'm going to be questing as I do all this stuff. But I need to just jog my memory. Okay, all these mobs are here, but kind of like we found yesterday, actually getting that quest takes a while, so I'm not going to bother with it. Unless it's already happens to be active when I'm ready to go. I won't bother. There's a Dalaran quest here. I'm not going to go to Dalaran immediately, but if there is a breadcrumb, yeah. Might as well pick it up, because I will stop by, but I think that queue popped pretty quickly. Before I forget, let me do this. The other flask I don't get till 75. I do want to use my Dragonfin Fillet. I don't want this to be interrupted, so I'm just going to hold off for a moment for accepting that. And my pots. Alright. And that is Ashkahet. Oh, apparently I'm too low level for the quest. Well, that's kind of awkward. Why does it let you get the dungeon if you can't do the quest at this level? Yeah, it's even strange. It says 72 to 80, but this one's orange, despite Asjul Narub not being orange. That is very odd. Also, I get Spell Reflect, right? Do I have it and I just don't have it on my bars? Right. I forgot a key element of Classic. Traders. That's still a thing. Alright, apparently I need to visit the Warrior Trainer. I've been... Because it's one of those weird things where towards the end of the leveling process, I remember there was a period of like 20 levels where I didn't really get any meaningful ability upgrades. And now it's been a while, but I remember checking and thinking, I don't need those abilities. I have absolutely no reason because there aren't, like, I'm 99% sure there's no, like, spell ranks anymore. Yeah. So I don't need to go back and train, like, rank 3 whatever, which is my main spell, because you just get the stuff scaling with you as you level at this stage. So unless it's an ability that I actually care about, then I don't actually need to go back and get it. But Spell Reflect is actually an ability that I care about, so that I actually should do. I get Intervene. Intervene is interesting. I'm actually... wonder why I set up some of my binds the way they are. Because I have no idea why I have Heroic Strike on Q and Cleave on Shift Q. Like, realistically speaking, I should have these on slightly better binds, but is what it is. Like, in retail, I almost always have Shield Wall bound to Q. So that's throwing me off a little bit, but I'm going to just work with what I have. And then Intervene, I historically had on Shift E, which is why I'm thinking about that. Mage in my group is doing crazy damage, though. It's nice that I'm not the only one doing damage, finally, in a dungeon group. Is he... okay, he's 78. 78 also full heirlooms, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at chat now. Happy Fisherman, how's it going? It is going well. Hope things are going well for you too. And Salafraz said, is this the return of my original account? Yes. Yeah, in case you missed that, my ban ended on Tuesday at noon. So I did a stream on my main channel where I leveled up my retail characters. Well, retail character. Initially, I was going to do multiple, but then somebody in my guild bet me golds, 100,000 gold, in fact, that I wouldn't be able to get my original Brewmaster leveled to 80 and geared up to 620 item level in the time between my ban ending and our Mythic Raid starting. Which, the total time between the ban and our Mythic Raid was about 12 hours, but I actually didn't even start the stream until like 2 hours after that. So I had 10 hours to do all that, and I pulled it off, and then I got Cutting Edge on my old main Brewmaster that has been banned for 6 months, within 10 hours of it being level 80. So that was a fun stream. If you missed that, definitely go check out the recording for that, because that was... It's one of those where, like, I don't know, the way that it's going to interact with the YouTube algorithm, I fear will make it not perform super well long-term, which is a shame, because it is easily one of my favorite, like, actual streams that I've done. That's kind of always one of the problems with YouTube, though, right? Sometimes the stuff that you actually enjoy doing isn't necessarily the stuff that, performs well, so... But frankly, that's why it's a job, right? If I quite literally, you know, could just do whatever I wanted and just stream that, and it performed well, I mean, that would be awesome. That would be the dream job, right? But that's what a lot of people think it is. That is not what it actually is. But I did actually have a lot of fun doing that stream, and I feel like I would hope that that translates into it being fun to watch, because I definitely got more excited during that stream than I think I usually do. And that one also had face cam. Unfortunately, I'm, like, way too exhausted to do face cam on this stream. I'll probably do face cam again soon. It just depends on how I'm feeling. But the main idea behind these streams, basically, because I got my original account back, is there were a lot of characters, a lot of things, obviously, that I had been working on my main account. And, you know, I didn't think that I would lose it, right? At no point did I have any contingency plan for, hey, what if I suddenly can't access these characters? And then suddenly, they're all fucked. And it is kind of interesting, because something like this happening, obviously, And this is... I made a whole video talking about, you know, the situation with my false ban and stuff like that. And a lot of how that video went was me really talking about how it felt. Because I can only talk so much about what I did to resolve it, because the reality of what I did to resolve it is I put in tickets, Blizzard ignored every single one of my appeals, refused to actually look at the situation, and just kept giving me automated responses. So there's, outside of showing all the tickets, which I did, there's almost very little in that video for me to actually talk about in terms of the ban itself. Because the thing that everybody always wants to know when I say that I got banned is, what did you get banned for? That's the most frustrating part. I can't even say, because I don't know. I wish I knew. To this day, 6 months, still don't know. I still cannot tell you what I got banned for, because Blizzard says, hey, you cheated. I'm like, well, no, I didn't. So, because they can't provide more information, because blah, 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 it'll help cheat developers, etc., it means that people like me can get wrongly permabanned. And thank God they, at the very least, were kind enough, and I'm doing heavy air quotes here, even though I'm not, you can't see it, heavy air quotes here, kind enough to revert my permaban into a 6-month ban. So generous of them, you know. Been playing this game since I was 5 years old, literally never broken the terms of use. And, you know, and the funny thing is people will give me shit for, like, quote-unquote exploiting and breaking out of bounds in Mists of Pandaria. But the thing that they don't realize is people had been doing that for like 2 months before I ever did it. And the irony behind people giving me shit about that and claiming that that is why I got banned is, instead of doing it in secret, like countless people had for months before I showed it off, I did it publicly, knowing that somebody from Blizzard was watching, because then the person from Blizzard literally messaged me on Discord saying that they saw the video and they were patching it, right? So I effectively did it as a way to say, hey, this is how people are breaking the game. Let me show you how it's possible to be done publicly, and then Blizzard fixes it in under a week, right? So I frankly, I'm actually doing Blizzard a favor there. But again, that isn't even why I got falsely banned. I know, because a Blizzard employee about that particular thing literally reached out to me to say that they had watched the thing and that they had fun patching the holes that I showcased. It was a completely unrelated thing, and unfortunately the Blizzard employee who messaged me is a developer, not a, you know, customer service guy, and I guess they can't do shit to really move the needle, so I get fucked. That's how it is. I get what I suspect is a mass report, and because their customer service system is so fucked that absolutely no traction can be made, it is impossible for them to actually look into it. Unfortunate. But the reality is, now that I've had that happen, I've unfortunately had the realization that you're never safe in this game. Until they fundamentally overhaul their support system, until they bring it to a case where we know that there's an actual way to get human eyes on your situation, I am never going to be safe in the future. Because one of the things that I said in that video is, the one thing that this has taught me, this entire experience, is that being ethical, right? Playing within the terms of service, not breaking the rules, that's not enough to not get you banned, right? You can still get banned for quote-unquote cheating, even if you've never cheated. So I could go the rest of my life only playing within the, you know, strict, you know, guided lines, and I could still get banned because it's already happened. So how do I know it's not going to happen again, basically? Which means that pretty much everything that I do related to World of Warcraft from now on, I need, like, a contingency plan. Which, frankly, it's going to be exhausting, because, frankly, do I expect to get banned a second time? God, I hope not. That would be fucking crazy. That would be absolutely insane. But can I say with absolute certainty that it will never happen again? No, because it's already happened once. And as long as the possibility is there, who fucking knows? And now that I've experienced how devastating that can be, especially when it happens at an inopportune time, like there could have been times with like a 6-month ban where it wouldn't have impacted me that much, but happening literally a month before the launch of a new expansion, and a bunch of other stuff was going on. It was basically the only worst time it could have happened is like 2 weeks earlier. if it happened right before I was about to do my sub 30-minute speedrun in Mop Remix, that probably would have been even worse. Because then that video would have been interrupted, and that video was on track to do really well, and then it did really well. How do I get credit for this? Scout Torp's Farm. I'm so confused. Oh, okay, I guess I had to go near the flag, but not directly on top of it. So yeah, it really sucked, and now I will constantly in the back of my head be thinking, like, you know, this is all well and good, but what would happen if, God forbid, I got banned like I did before? Because up until 6 months ago, that was never even on, like, a list of things that could possibly happen to me. And, you know, fun fact about me, I have really bad anxiety, just in general. Always have. And, like, my friends will give me shit that I will, like, constantly overthink things, and I will plan something into oblivion. I will make sure that absolutely nothing possible can go wrong. And, well, it's one of those things that's probably bad overall. There are some upsides to it, right? It helps for the speedruns and stuff, because whenever I do these types of speedruns and plan them out, not this one in particular, this one's obviously a little bit fucked, but like the retail speedruns, the reason why I spend so much time trying to like organize them, it's like a combination, I guess, of OCD and anxiety. I want to make sure everything's perfect, but I also get really nervous that something's going to go wrong. So I try to like run through a mental list of like, what are the possible things that could go wrong, however likely or unlikely, etc. And now, every single time I'm planning a video or something like that and running through my mental checklist of what could possibly go wrong, I could get banned for no reason is now also on that checklist. And it has been also for the past 6 months too, because obviously I made a second account, and then, you know, my friends think they're so funny and they'll joke with me, and I've heard so many times over the last few months, like, oh, what are you gonna do if your second account gets banned? Oh, wouldn't that be so funny? And I'm just like, I laugh and I'm like, yeah, that would be crazy. And then like internally I'm screaming and going, God, please fuck stop. No. Like just the thought of that it's terrifying. Thankfully I didn't, right? But what would have happened? And I'm constantly then thinking about that what if that does happen? What, am I gonna make a third account? Am I gonna keep playing this game? Where does it end? So I'm glad I didn't have to cross that bridge, but that's now going to be constantly running through my mind. So what I'm probably going to need to do is, like I've said, if there's ever an event like Mop Remix, because while I know for a fact that the out-of-bounds Mop Remix stuff isn't what got me in trouble, I already said that I'm pretty sure the thing that did get me in trouble is I was farming mobs in Isle of Thunder, and because I was doing it in, like, a public area, and doing, like, a one-button, you know, mindless farm while I recorded other shit, well, I'm pretty sure that other people thought I was botting, mass reported me, and Blizzard doesn't do anything to check. But, here's the problem with that, right? That was literally the best thread farm in the entire game. There was no other way to get threads that quickly. So, if Mop Remix were to roll around again, and I'm trying to make videos, like I was before, on what the best thread farms are, and testing stuff, and in that case, I wanted my Demon Hunter to be really strong. I needed my Demon Hunter to hit a certain breakpoint, so that I could be able to one-shot stuff for the sub 30-minute speedrun, and having that ability really helped, because we had a lot of people who were helping out with the, like the sub 30 speedrun, and it helped to have a lot of people, but one of the other things to remember from that speedrun is that we discovered that there was some weird XP scaling on mob kills, where if you had more people in the raid, it gave you a massive penalty to the amount of experience that you were actually earning. So even though you could theoretically kill a raid boss with 3 players that had, let's say, 150,000 threads, which only took maybe a week to get, it was actually more beneficial to have only 1 player with 600,000 threads, even though that was infinitely harder to get, because then you weren't getting the multiple player XP penalty inside the raid. And it made your leveling much faster. So for the purposes of demonstrating that, I wanted to make my Demon Hunter as strong as possible, so I spent an insane amount of time mindlessly grinding threads. That wasn't fun for me, because the thing is, I didn't bot it. I did all that by fucking hand. And I would have to find ways to kind of be productive with it. So shows that I hadn't watched in a while, I'd catch up on. I've said a few times, while I was recording the voiceover for part 2 of this video series, the Prot Warrior thing, I spent 2 hours just sitting there, staring at my wall, pressing Immolation Aura while talking at OBS. That's just how I handled it. And I had to find ways to do that. And, like, the thing is, you know, push comes to shove, I'd do it again. Because I didn't do anything wrong, right? That's an intended thing in the game. They made it so that is just the best thread farm. I'm sure they didn't intend for that specifically to be the best thread farm, but they're the ones who made it, the thread farming system, insanely grindy, right? They didn't have to design it like that. It was literally designed so that you would mindlessly kill mobs for hours to extend their playtime metrics, right? And they made it so the cloak was infinite. There was no upper bound. So you were incentivized to keep grinding. 600,000 wasn't even the high end. I had people that I would see at that farm spot that had 1 million or more threads. They would just sit there all day grinding it. And some of those probably were actually botting it. Because, I mean, I played that game mode all the fucking time. Basically every waking moment while I was working on videos for it. And I think I ended, I don't know, around 600, because I think ballpark that's what I was before that character got banned. So some of the people that got 1 million, that's like fucking inhuman. Or they just like exploited frogs or something early on and didn't get rolled back, which I know some people managed to dodge that, but it's weird. And the problem with that, right, is if Blizzard's going to design a game mode like that, and that's the correct way to play it, then I gotta test stuff like that for the purpose of videos. But now, the main change, right, the main change isn't that I'm going to stop doing that, because if I'm gonna cover World of Warcraft, I'm going to have to keep doing farms like that if they keep putting them in the game. Now, the concern is, okay, well, if Blizzard's going to implement farms like this, but then allow people to be mass reported and not check to see if they actually were playing the game, I'm going to have to use a dummy account. And I'm going to have to use my main account to get, like, all of the collectibles and stuff. So, how do I guess, do I just find the disease codos? And, right. Also, I just realized I hadn't re-queued for dungeons, which I kind of don't really want to until I level up, because if I get Ashkahead again, I want to make sure I can actually do the quests, so yeah. Now I remember why I didn't initially re-queue. Yeah, I returned Cata. Yeah, so, like, let's say we get another remix, which we probably will, and that's why this is relevant. This isn't just a hypothetical. Like, my brain is really good at coming up with insane hypotheticals that will never actually happen and convincing myself that they are something to be actually concerned about. But I would argue this is a real hypothetical that probably will actually happen. We're probably going to get another remix type event. And during that remix event, it'll, I don't know, be Legion or whatever, and they're probably going to have a bunch of cosmetics that you need to farm, just like they did in Mop Remix. And I'm obviously going to want to get the cosmetics on my main account, right? Just like I did with, oh, I should note, by the way, another reason, quick tangent, but another reason why I wanted to get so many threads on my Demon Hunter, it wasn't just to, for like the Mop Remix video. My plan was like, hey, I gotta do this for the Mop Remix video anyways. And then I said this multiple times, and I felt bad because later on some people like popped into my stream and said, hey, are you still doing this? And I'm like, well, you know, sorry, brother. But I said a few times that toward, like, in the last month of Mop Remix, I was going to give, like, a bunch of people free Mythic SOO carries, because I wanted to get my Demon Hunter to a point where I could solo Mythic SOO, and I was, actually. I think I did, like, 1 or 2 solo Mythic SOO runs the week before I got banned. So I got my Demon Hunter strong enough to be able to do that. And honestly, at the level of threads that I was at, it wasn't even easy. I was barely able to do it, but it was possible. It was actually a really fun challenge. I'm glad I at least got to attempt it once. But I thought that would be really fun. I got a bunch of my guildies carried through Mythic SOO, and I was going to try and get every single person in my guild a full run through Mythic SOO. I was going to, like, you know, say to viewers, like, hey, just apply and I'll get you a run every single day. I'll do it for the last month of Mop Remix. That was an idea I had. I thought it would be really fun. And then I felt bad because, you know, I said that on stream that was my plan. And then later on, people who, you know, didn't get the memo that my account was banned were like, hey, are you going to do that? And the entire idea was to get that Demon Hunter strong enough to do that. I don't have that Demon Hunter anymore. So that kind of sucked. But that was one of the main goals of doing that in the first place. And I wanted to be able to do all that, get all the cosmetics. I thankfully did get every single cosmetic in Mop Remix before the ban happened. But, how do I start this? Is it just auto roleplay starts here? Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, so let's say Legion Remix happens, because that's what a lot of people are speculating. I should also note, because a few people have mentioned this to me, there is absolutely zero confirmation that Legion Remix is happening. I am pretty sure it's going to happen. It's been hinted at, it's been teased in interviews, but I've had multiple people ask me, like, what are my thoughts on Legion Remix? Or am I excited for Legion Remix? And I'm like, brother, we don't know anything yet. We have a vague understanding that it is probably something that will happen, but the idea that it's actually like a thing that is being added, we don't know any details, right? It's too early to speculate, I guess. But for the purposes of this particular rant, right, all that matters is that it probably is going to happen at some point. We don't know when, we don't know what it's going to look like, whether it's going to be very similar to Mop Remix. I hope not. I hope that the fun parts of it, like the collection elements, is returned. I hope all of the, what's it called? Like, the powers that let you just one-shot everything and the infinite scaling of the cloak. I really don't think that was fun. Maybe that's just me, but as somebody who got to a point where I could solo the hardest content Mop Remix had to offer, I don't think that was fun. That was not my idea of interesting gameplay. Believe it or not, one-shotting every single mob that you come into contact with doesn't really make for a fun game. Because, like, the entire reason, at least that I play games, is to, you know, have a fun challenge, not to just press one button and win. And then it just becomes like, you know, a collection simulator, which is fine, but I wanted to offer something to, you know, multiple different groups of people. It can have the collection element, that's great. I know a lot of people like that, happy for them. But I wish it also had some sort of semi-engaging content and wasn't completely brain off, all of your damage comes from random procs. To me, that's not fun. I just do not enjoy that style of gameplay. And everybody's going to have a different opinion on that, I know. But that's mine. That's my opinion on it. But, what's it called? It's probably going to happen at some point. And I can tell you right now what I'm going to have to do for Legion Remix is I'm going to have my main account where I get all the collectibles, and then any sort of videos that I make showcasing like little tricks or whatever, or farming strategies or anything, all of that is going to be on an alt account. Probably whatever alt account I care about the least. Because the one nice thing is that in the wake of all of this, I now have 2 very well built out accounts. I'm including my main account in that, so 1 other very well built out account. And I have 3 other accounts that have like a decent amount of characters on them that if I needed to, I could like throw something together to get testing done. They're at least that far enough along that I could, you know, potentially use them for an event like Mop Remix. Or they're not far, how do I put it? They are not brand new to the point where it would be difficult for me to do that. So that's an option now in the future. I guess it's good that I have that option. But do I want to have to do that? Not really. Not particularly. I'd rather be able to just use my main account for everything. That's what I did for a while. But now I'm going to have to play multiple accounts for every single one of these events. And I mean, realistically, a bunch of people have asked me, do I plan, like, what do I plan on doing with my, my new account, quote unquote? So, like, I have my original account back, but I've had a new account that I've been playing for the past 6 months. Am I going to just abandon that? And I've said for a while that, you know, probably not. I'll probably keep it up. But, you know, the more I think about it, why would I ditch it? It makes more sense than anything to just keep both accounts running permanently, have raid-ready characters on both accounts at the same time. That way, God forbid, I get fucked over again. Hey, I don't need to worry about it. I have another character ready to go. So, I probably will just do that. Actually, it may turn out to be pretty nice, because I may have, I mean, I've never really multi-boxed, right? I did a little bit of multi-boxing in Mop Remix, but, and by multi-boxing, obviously, just to be clear, because so many people still, every time, don't understand the difference, there's a difference between multi-boxing and input forwarding. Input forwarding is when, you know, I don't blame people necessarily for having this misguided perception of what multi-boxing means, because a lot of people think of them as the same thing. Because when you think multi-boxing, you think a lot like the, for a while, I thought that, there was that druid back in Warlords of Draenor that multi-boxed a bunch of balanced druids, and also, technically speaking, back in the day, it was not against terms of service. You were allowed to do that. But he multi-boxed a bunch of boomkins, and he would, like, go around Ashran one-shotting people, and everybody hated him because he would act like he was really good at the game, when really he had, like, 50 characters, and he would erase people from existence. Stuff like that. So, a lot of people think multi-boxing, they think that dude. I forget his name. I'm sure if my friend Love was here, he would remember, because he hated that guy. But that is definitely not what multi-boxing actually means. It's pretty simple. You're running multiple instances of the game at the same time. And the type of multi-boxing that I did for, like, Mop Remix is I would manually enter the dungeon on, like, 4 different accounts, and then I would just make sure all of them were sitting at the entrance within range of experience. I would tab over to my Holy Priest account and run through the dungeon. And again, that's the kind of the thing where I had to do that in the first place because the way that Mop Remix was designed, level 20 twinks were the optimal way to level up your characters. It just is what it is. I tried finding solo questing routes that could compete with the time it took for level 20 twink boosting. And the reality is, in that case, boosting was just better. I've said many times that I don't think boosting in, like, retail is comparable with my route. If you have, like, you know, a bunch of insanely geared boosters, you may be able to get close to my time. But if you need to put in a ridiculous amount of investment just to be able to potentially get close to matching my solo speedrun times, I'm not even going to bother looking into it myself, because why would I? It's not applicable to new players, and it's not even faster, so who cares? But in the case of Mop Remix, it was a little bit different, because not only was it faster, significantly faster, so it's hard to justify saying, hey, here's a leveling guide for solo questing when this other method is like hours quicker. But also because you only needed to have a starter edition account, and it took only a few hours to get the character set up for boosting, as I proved multiple times back then, I could get a brand new character, level it up to 20, get it ready, and boost a character from level 1 to max. All of that in the span of 6 hours, I think, is what it took me in one case. I made an arcane mage, leveled it to 20, got it geared for boosting, and then boosted the character, and the final time was like 6 hours for that. So 6 hours to not only get a character set up, but then finish an entire boost up to max level, that's really good. That is very, very, very approachable and easy for new players to get into. So at that point, it becomes a actual viable leveling strategy. Therefore, I need to make a guide on it. Therefore, I need to start testing, you know, multi-boxing with level 20 twinks. And the funny thing is, that account that I used, the starter edition account, for the level 20 Pandaren Priest, ended up being my now second account that I played for the last 6 months. I just added a subscription, turned that into a real account. I've been rambling for a while. Let me check chat. Brookendom said, happy to hear you got your account back. Thank you. Pixelina said, I hope Legion Remix happens, and then finger crossed emoji. Yeah, for sure. I think it has the potential to be fun. I'm obviously more excited for Legion Classic. Like, I'm infinitely more excited for Mop Classic than I ever was for Mop Remix. And I've said a few times that I honestly didn't really have a lot of fun with Mop Remix. It's kind of like the only parts of Mop Remix that I enjoyed were the breaking the game type things. The stuff that, you know, people are like, oh, that's an exploit. Well, guess what? That's what I found fun. And again, none of it is bannable, right? That has nothing to do with it. But that's the only reason I enjoyed it. Trying to set up the super duper fast sub 30-minute speedrun. I had fun doing that. Everything else in Mop Remix I just found really tedious. It just wasn't really for me. What was I rambling about? Yeah, anyways. Point being, that's kind of how Blizzard designed the game. I multiple times said that they probably should have buffed questing experience or something to make that a more viable option for solo players. They never did. They kept it so that level 20 twink boosting was the strongest the entire way through. I guess I'm glad they didn't nerf it, because it would have pissed off a lot of people. And I think they knew that, because it was getting them really good publicity with like how, this level 20 twink cleared this dungeon in under 30 seconds, and there's like articles being written on game sites about that, so Blizzard probably recognized that the existence of level 20 twinks was actually making Mop Remix like a cool mode, and that was a big selling point to it. So they probably didn't nerf it, but I still don't see why at no point they couldn't have given like, quests now give 200% increased experience, because that wouldn't have hurt the twink boosting at all. If people wanted to do that, they still could. And it still would have been ideal for people who wanted to AFK, or, like in my case, I wanted to level up a bunch of different warlocks on my alt accounts, because I'm like, hey, if I'm going to play these, I may as well, right? And I got a bunch of characters leveled up at the same time through dungeons, and then I have, like, a bunch of level 70 warlocks on my alt accounts. So. Did Cata not have quest tracking? It does. Wrath actually originally had a basic quest tracker, but for Wrath Classic, they actually disabled it. The thing about the built-in quest tracker in Wrath is it's actually not very good. Even in Cata, it's not very good. I tried it early on when Cata Classic first came out, and I actually went back to Questy, because Questy is just better for this. There's I think you see here, the quest turn-in stuff, I'm using the default setting. Questy lets you pick and choose. So I like the default, like, where is the quest turned in at? That their original version, they might have updated it. But early in Cata Classic, it was, like, very janky. But, like, let's say I were to go to Silverpine and Hillsbrad, and I were to use the basic Cataclysm stuff. Well, I would probably be fine with it. Actually, I'm missing a quest. I don't know if this is related to the tank at all. Make sure I pick it up. But yeah, let's say I were to go to Silverpine Hillsbrad. I were to use the built-in quest helper thing in Cataclysm. It probably wouldn't matter to me at all. But at that point, I wouldn't even be using the built-in quest thing, period. I would just be using my memory of the quests, because I've already done it, like, a bajillion times. So, for quests that I know, it doesn't even really matter. Do I have to click on them? Oh, yeah, it's a cast time, okay. For quests that I'm already familiar with, it doesn't even matter, right? You just kind of go on autopilot. But for the quests that I'm unfamiliar with, which is a decent amount of the zones that I did in the first part. There's a lot of older zones that, you know, I ended up wanting to do as part of the leveling process. And I, like, vaguely remember the process of doing it, but at this stage, the the built-in questing, it'll just give you a very generalized outline of this is where the quest objectives are located. Like, they're in this general area, somewhere around here. And that's all well and good, but it's not actually going to help you figure out how to do the quest. It's just going to tell you where to go, and then from there you kind of have to figure it out yourself. But Questy will actually tell you exactly what you need to do. It'll show you, like, these little sword icons on the map that shows, like, this is the exact place that you're supposed to go. Also, can I get enough mobs in time? Because I want to make sure that I kill all these, I complete the quest. I think I have enough. I have to get out of the fucking thing. Because I'm in a vehicle, it doesn't work. Teleport to dungeon. Okay. Utgard Keep again. Yeah, I guess it would be kind of awkward if I just keep getting Utgard Keep when I don't actually need it. This is probably the only dungeon I don't need, period. Oh, I'm stunned. I'm chain stunned. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, all that to say, I just prefer Questy's way of tracking it. The retail quest tracker, I don't know what expansion it got updated. It's pretty fine these days. Like, if you go to it, it'll give you way more specific breakdowns of what you're supposed to do in each area, so it's easy enough to figure out. But for now, in Cata, I just find it simpler to use Questy. Also, on the topic of multi-boxing, I guess Undermine will probably be the real test of multi-boxing. Dude, I swear to God my Twitch is broken. It's not showing me people who sub. It keeps saying you gotta, like, somebody subscribed, and then the filter is not fucking showing it. And I have subs checked. What is happening? And this kind of really sucks. I'm not multi-boxing right now. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now I see it. Oh, it's Uni. Thank you, Uni. I appreciate the subscription. I sub smiley face. Yeah, maybe it is fixed, but it really annoyed me yesterday where I don't know if it was a bug or whatnot. Or, well, it wasn't yesterday, but it was 2 days ago. When I was, like, gearing my Brewmaster Monk. There were, like, 3 different times where Twitch said, you know, you got a new subscriber or something like that, and, like, the subscriber counter went up. But my, like, so if you never streamed on Twitch before, you don't know how it works. There's an activity feed section on the stream manager thing, and it shows a breakdown, so I can see, like, a list of who followed me. I can see here, as it's supposed to be, you know, Uni resubscribe with Prime, and that's, like, it shows you all of that stuff. But yesterday, it kept showing the subscription counter going up. I would get, like, a notification saying, you know, you got, like, a new subscriber or something like that, but the activity feed wasn't updating. So I don't know who did it. But I don't know if, like, all of them were anonymous. Maybe that's a thing that you can do. Maybe. But it was kind of weird because I did get at least one person who resubbed, and it did notify me when I got their name. But I feel bad because, let's say it is a bug. I don't want it to be like, oh, somebody subscribed, but I have no idea who they are, so I can't, like, say thank you, which is, you know, I think common courtesy, right? Oh shit, that frost tomb's way in the back. That's awkward. I'm gonna shield wall because this could get ugly. I don't know if that's the healer. I don't think it was the healer. No, it's the hunter. Okay. That was the healer. That would have been bad. Yeah, this time it did show up. It was just a wee bit delayed. Yeah. I mean, so I have multi-boxed in the past, right? Many, many times. I was multi-boxing in Mop Remix. I think Mop Remix was the only time when I ever did, like, traditional multi-boxing. What people would think of as, like, you know, multi-boxing. Not, again, still never input forwarding. Always want to say that, just so people don't fucking dogpile me. They do that anyway, but, hey, just giving myself at least a little bit of a reprieve from the hate comments, hopefully. But by multi-boxing, I mean, like, all of my characters are in the same instance, and I'm playing them all, like, actively and swapping between them and stuff like that. Like, during the, the sub 30-minute speedrun that I did for Mop Remix, I was actively multi-boxing in that. I played 2 different characters. I was playing, obviously, the druid that was getting boosted through that run, but I was also playing my main Demon Hunter. Like, that was the entire thing that I said earlier. That was kind of the point of why I needed to farm so many threads. Now, I wasn't doing a lot of the actual movement in the run on my Demon Hunter, because if, like, I can't play 2 accounts at once, right? I can't actively play them. So if I had to do all the movement, all the menuing and stuff on my DH, or on the druid that was getting leveling, I wouldn't be able to actively play my DH, like, at a proper level. But what I did is I parked my Demon Hunter at Terrace the Endless Spring, and in that area was a Warlock and my guild leader Skeleton, who was actually, like, helping with that part of the raid. But I had my Demon Hunter there because we only had, like, a limited number of people to help, so we needed somebody else to do summons. So while, like, one of our raid groups was killing bosses and I think Heart of Fear, and I didn't need to be actively playing, I was just, like, on my druid, I got to the boss room, and then I tabbed over to my Demon Hunter, and then Skeleton had the summon portal dropped, and then I would help him click it so that I could send a summon to my druid ahead of time, and then we could start getting summons out to all the other people so they could go help clear that raid. So I used basically my Demon Hunter as, like, an extra way to help summon, and then when we pulled the boss, I pressed all my cooldowns, I pressed, like, meta, hunt, all that stuff, and did, like, a massive chunk of damage to the boss to, like, chip away basically a quarter of its health, and then I tabbed back over to my druid. And it's funny how if you watch back that, it all happens really fast. I don't know if I ever mentioned this, like, pointed this out, but you can see my Demon Hunter go in and blast the boss real quick while my druid's sitting stationary, and then I swap back over to my druid, but I had my Demon Hunter was still sitting, like, in the middle of the boss room, because that's where the boss was, and the second boss that's about to spawn has, like, roleplay before it flies down into the center of the previous boss room and starts. It's, the Protectors of the Endless and Sulong, that fight, and I needed to make sure that we dropped combat so that I could loot the chest on my, my druid, the one that was getting boosted. But because I was still on my druid at that point, I had forgotten I left my Demon Hunter in the middle, so if you watch back, you'll hear my raid leader Skeleton say, like, Larry, hey, your Demon Hunter is still sitting in the middle of the room, and I go, oh shit, thanks, and I tab back over, fell rush to the corner, and then tab back to my druid. So I was actively playing 2 characters for that. It was very difficult to play both of them, so I didn't do as much on my Demon Hunter. But for stuff like that, it was kind of necessary. But I've only really actively multi-boxed in situations like that, where you absolutely need to. We couldn't get more people, so therefore I had to fill multiple roles at the same time. And the only other time when I played multiple accounts, but I never multi-boxed them per se, at least not in the traditional sense, is Season of Discovery in phases 1 and 2. So I played SOD a lot early on, and I had multiple different accounts that I would play at the same time, but I would never play them together. I would do different things with each account. So my main account, this one, is where all of my actual characters were, which is one of the reasons why I haven't been able to play SOD for the last 6 months, really. I mean, I could, but it would be kind of weird going back and playing SOD without all my gold, all my stuff that I, earned in the first 3 phases. I wouldn't really want to do that, which is why, even though I probably wanted to try it back in December, again, I've had to wait until now. And I will be doing that at some point. I'll talk about that later, but I actually have a really fun idea for how we're going to do that. But... ouch. Jeez, these buffs kind of hurt. But yeah, so I had my main account where all my actual characters were that I was playing. And then on my... I had 3 other accounts. On one of them, I used it as my Horde account. So I would... at first, I was just checking the Horde auction house as a way to, like, move things back and forth. Because there were a lot of stuff that you could only get on Alliance in Classic. So I would basically move that through the neutral auction house and sell it on Horde. I made a lot of gold in Phase 2 of... I think it was Phase 2. Yeah, Phase 2. Phase 2 of SOD, because I got the Sniper Scope recipe on my Gnome Warlock, which had engineering. And because Gnomes were the only race in the game that were high enough to craft Sniper Scopes, that was the only way that you could get the best scope in the game. It was through a Gnome Engineer. And I would craft Sniper Scopes on my Gnome Engineer, move them through the neutral auction house to my other account, which was on Horde, and then I would sell them for, like, I think it took me about 10 gold to craft them, and I was selling them for 100 gold a piece on Horde. So, pretty sizable markup. But there was a good, like, 2-3 week period where I was the only person on my entire server who had the recipe to craft it. So, I had a full monopoly on the market. And here's the thing, by the way. You know, it's an MMO. It's meant to be a social game. You should be nice to people. Because what I would actually do, I wouldn't, of course, say this, because that would kind of defeat the entire purpose. But I went out of my way, because I feel bad doing stuff like that. You know, even though technically, like, hey, you know, don't hate the player, hate the game. That's how Classic was designed, right? I could easily make that argument and say it's well within my right to upcharge a ridiculous amount for these scopes. But I did feel bad that because of the limitations of SOD, only Alliance players could craft this, and Horde players had to go through me if they wanted it. So what I would do is if somebody messaged me, I wouldn't actually post the price. My like, in my head price was 100 gold. That's how much I wanted for the scope. But if I got a message from somebody who I could tell they actively rated, I always check their parses, right? I check their parses. Do they actually play Hunter? Like, are they actually going to use the scope, or are they just trying to, like, buy it off me and flip it or something like that? Which a bunch of people did, I should note. A bunch of really, really, really stupid people would actually buy my scopes for 100 gold, thinking it was a steal, and then they would repost it for, like, 250 gold, and it never sold. Because guess what? I had an infinite supply. I just keep crafting them. They thought they were, like, a genius. Like, wow, you can't get this on Horde. Little did they know, they're buying it from the only person who can, you know, increase the supply. So whenever they would post it, I would just post 3 more on the auction house, undercutting them by 100 gold. Like, yeah, smooth move, genius. I don't know what they would think, but it was absolutely stupid that they thought that was a good idea. But if somebody messaged me and was like, hey, I really want this scope, I really need it for parsing or something like that, and I would check their logs, and I could see that they actually played Hunter, they were actually, you know, doing well on Hunter, right? My criteria there was a little bit more lenient. I just wanted to make sure they were actually playing Hunter and this scope was going to be something they would use. And if they were nice about it, right? If they were polite and friendly and stuff like that, I would honestly sometimes sell it to them for like 25 gold. Which, considering how... The other thing to consider is there is an added cost beyond material cost of getting that stuff set up. Because it's not just the map cost at that point. It's the map cost and the cost of funneling it through the neutral auction house, because that does cost money. You actually get, like, hit with a big AH cut whenever you sell something through the neutral auction house in Classic. So it technically cost me about 5 gold to get a lot of the stuff moved over. And not to mention, that's a lot of work, having to go to the neutral auction house. And to avoid sniping, what I would do is I would put up, like, 1 million things for a really low price and just flood the neutral auction house with so much noise. And then I would put 1 semi-valuable item up for a copper. So I would put up, let's say, an item worth 1 gold and list it for 1 copper. That way, if there were any auto, like, AH sniper bots active at the time, it would immediately get picked up, and I would know, okay, it's too busy right now. So the reality is that a lot of times I had to funnel things over at like 3 in the morning. I would post something, it would sit there for 30 minutes, it wouldn't get touched, even though it's a pretty valuable item only worth 1 copper on the auction house. And then I would say, okay, there's probably nobody here. Now I can move all my scopes over. And I actually never had a single scope get sniped the entire time because I did this. Never lost a single item in transit. So, I guess if they're all doing this quest... Oh, well, my dungeon queue popped, but... Normally, I probably would have asked them to group. Oh, come on. Yeah, but there was actually some sort of cost related to getting this moved over. So I would say the process of getting a scope over to Horde, the total combined material cost was likely closer to 15 gold. So if I'm doing all that work and the material cost is about 15 gold if we're including auction house cuts, I honestly wasn't making that much if I sold it to somebody for 25 gold. But I did that a few different times because I had a few different people who would message me. And sometimes somebody would say like, hey, I only have 10 gold, can I buy a scope? And I would be like, hey, look, it is kind of expensive to get. I cannot do 10 gold for how difficult this is. And then I would basically nudge them to get to within like a reasonable amount. And there were a few people who were like, hey, I don't have this money right now, but let's say if I farm up to 25 gold and, you know, will you still be here tomorrow selling it? And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll be here all day, every day, pretty much. Whenever I wasn't working on like a YouTube video, I had, you know, my character sitting in trade chat, posting that fucking add-on, or a macro, whatever. And I was like always selling those things. I made a shit ton of gold. And then of course it all got devalued when incursions dropped. But a lot of times I would have people who would say like, hey, when I farm enough gold, I'll buy a scope off you. And then they would contact me days later. I would sell to them at a massive discount because, hey, they were nice. And I want to encourage that. If somebody's being, you know, nice and polite, I think that they deserve a discount. I don't want to charge them 100 golds. Unfortunately, while I did say that happened a few times, that was actually the minority. In reality, what happened most of the time is I would try to explain to somebody why this was such a valuable item, how difficult it was to get, and a lot of them would just start like calling me names, cursing me out, telling me that I'm ridiculous, expecting them to pay like such a ridiculous price for the scope. They would tell me like, don't you know that the other scope, the slightly less valuable version, is only 1 gold? Why would I pay anything more than 5 gold for your stupid scope when I can just go get the other one for 1 gold? And I'm like, okay, buddy, go do that. I don't care. I understand that this other scope that's almost as good is worth less, but that's the thing, it's not as good. It's not as powerful. That's how World of Warcraft always works. I don't control how the game is designed. I'm not the one who made it so the scope that gives you slightly more damage requires much higher engineering skill, is obtained by a rare recipe, and requires much more valuable mats, and at this stage in the game can only be crafted by Alliance. That's not my problem. I'm just the one who makes them. And clearly it was worth a lot to a lot of people because, you know, they were willing to pay it. But so many people just felt like entitled to it. And then I honestly, a lot of those, I wouldn't even sell it to them. And the best part is, they had no recourse. If they were like toxic to me and gave me shit, a lot of them, so that one of my favorite things, this didn't happen a lot, but it definitely happened at least once. I want to say it happened twice, but my memory isn't good enough to say for sure. But I remember one guy in particular, this happened. They kept flaming me, saying that, you know, I was an idiot, it would never sell for that much, blah, 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 blah. And they kept telling me that they were going to find another buyer. And like, I'll just find somebody else to buy it from who isn't as greedy as you. I'm like, all right, dude, have fun with that. Of course, I know full well, I am the only person on the server at this point who has this recipe. So I'm just like, yeah, you go do that. And I'd sit there, like 3 days would go by, and they would message me like, ha ha ha, having fun trying to sell your stupid scope. That guy I remember in particular because he had this like weird misconception that I only had one sniper scope. So he would keep saying things like, still trying to sell that scope I see, idiot. You should have just taken my gold like 3 days ago. Little does he know, I have like 20 of these things. I have been selling them en masse the past week, but he's convinced. He's convinced that I only have one, and that he gave me the offer of a lifetime, and here I am, the fool, still spamming trade chat 3 days later trying to sell my singular scope. And, you know, I think I stopped responding to him after a while. And it was like a week later where he finally messaged me and he said, like, you know, I forget the exact words, but it was something to the effect of like, fine, I'll give you X amount of gold, take it or leave it. This is the best offer you're going to get, or something like that. And I told him no, refused to sell to him. It wasn't even a good offer. It was like his original offer was something like 5 gold, something insulting. And I think he offered to pay me like 30 gold or something a week later. Because, again, he still couldn't find anybody else willing to sell it, because at that point, I was still the only crafter on the server. And for a lot of other people, definitely I sold it for even less than 30 golds. But for him, I literally just refused to sell it to him. Being nice to crafters in MMOs like that is sometimes a good thing. Being nice to people in general, I'd like to think, is usually what you should be doing. But a lot of people play social games and think that they can just be assholes to everybody they meet. And I was very pleased with myself that, at least in one situation, one isolated incident, I was able to show this one asshole the consequences of their actions. Unfortunately, that's just not how it goes in the vast majority of life, but in that one instance, that one tiny instance, karma was a bitch. Stand on business, exactly, yeah. I missed a few messages, though, because that rant was long. Real quick, though, before I respond to anything else, my favorite part of this dungeon... Oh, come on, I failed it. Yeah! I love sliding down the railing like that. It's so good. Sometimes I've gotten all the way to the bottom, but you actually technically don't want to go all the way to the bottom, because then you actually take really high fall damage. That was kind of the perfect drop-off point in terms of, like, min-maxiness. But it's not the perfect drop-off point in terms of cool factor. Because the coolest thing is sliding all the way down the rail. That looks really sick. You enjoyed Mop Remix, but those world bosses respawns needed to be, like, 2 minutes max. Yeah, the problem with Mop Remix in that sense is they added a shield to it, where it was like, oh, there's a 30-second... you're also talking about respawns, I know, and that was annoying, for sure. But I think the bigger issue, it wasn't just the respawns. It was the fact that they died instantly. So it was kind of a combination of... The respawn was kind of annoyingly long. It wasn't terribly long, but 15 minutes feels really long when there's a chance that you can wait 15 minutes and then miss the kill because somebody insta-kills the mob. And for some reason, Blizzard never added any sort of... like health protection to the mob, where it's really simple. Just make it so the I'm gonna get hit here. Make it so the mob takes 99% reduced damage for like 30 seconds after it spawns, and then it instantly falls over. That way, everybody can hit it, everybody can get credit for damaging it, and then after 30 seconds, it just instantly dies. Instead, they had a shield, which encouraged people to sit there and spam, in my case, Fellblade, over and over and over and over and over. And when I was farming Archerius of Flame, so many people would like type in /say and be like, fuck you assholes, you keep killing it too fast, slow down so the rest of us can get the tag. And I understand their frustration, but they just didn't understand how it worked. It died instantly, no matter what any of us did. If I pressed any button to attack Archerius of Flame, it would take its entire health and damage over the course of like 2 seconds, because all my procs would be firing off. So it created like an arms race where I was forced to use Fellblade and mash Fellblade immediately just to ensure that the cast got off super quickly, because if that didn't happen, I wouldn't get the tag, period. And that meant that anybody who didn't have a really fast instant cast ability just could not compete when farming that mob, or, well, really anything else. So that was very annoying. The coolest skip in the Nerubian dungeon is blinking as a mage and falling through the floor after the first pack straight to a Nubarok. You can do that? I actually never knew that. That's pretty cool. I guess it wouldn't really apply in a case like this, because even if I was playing a mage and I was able to get there, I wouldn't be able to solo the boss. But I guess I know a lot of people like doing, old dungeon speedruns with, like, speed sets and stuff like that. So I could definitely see how that would be, like, a speedrun strat for that type of gameplay. So that's neat. I had no idea it was a thing. Real quick, so Kielozat, I'll read your comment in a second. I could easily respond to Chori's comment because I just skimmed it. You're watching the end of the Mythic Raid speedrun. In case you want the Mythic appearance, you can upgrade the Heroic piece. I didn't think of that. That is actually a very good point. That being said, I don't actually have... I'm pretty sure I don't have the Heroic Shoulders on my new Monk. I might have a pair of Heroic Shoulders sitting around somewhere, but I definitely don't have them on the new Monk because, remember, the new Monk had the Mythic BOE Shoulders. So I definitely know that's what I have in that slot. But I might have a pair of Heroic Shoulders. That's not a bad idea. It's something where, like, I never really put a lot of thought into collecting transmog like that. The only reason it even crossed my mind is because I was sitting there at the vendor and I realized, I don't have this appearance yet. Maybe I should do that. But why is it... Is it because of glyphs or something? I really hate how the talent blinking thing doesn't go away. I'm gonna reload just because it's gonna drive me crazy. Just sitting there in the corner. Blink, 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 blink. One second. And then I'll do this. I've kind of out-leveled this zone by now, also, so I'm going to turn in these quests after I do this one. And then I'm going to go somewhere else. I don't know where I would go. Sure. You'd recommend save any heroic LFR pieces just for Mog? Yeah. That's definitely a good suggestion. I'll check like my bank on all my characters and see if I have any pieces like that I could upgrade. Because it's also not something I'm thinking about when catalyst charges are still in high demand, but at this point, yeah, I have infinite. Okay, so Kielo Zat said, wasn't sure if you were reading YouTube comments. Oh yeah, sorry, I've been tabbed over to Twitch for a while. Well, in reality, I've just kind of been ranting for a while. I've fallen behind in all comments. But I was actually, after I read your comment, I was going to switch over to YouTube. So I'm guessing, did you type something there? How do I zoom out so far? More than the default setting. Well, that one's pretty easy, so I guess I'll just quickly respond. There is... Actually, I don't even have it enabled. There is actually a way to get further with Leatrix Plus. So what you're seeing is actually the farthest it goes. Funny. There's a setting in Leatrix Plus that lets you do that. But actually, what I have here is literally the fastest, or the farthest. In which case this, where would that be? It would be under interface? No. Graphics, maybe? Oh, here we go. Yeah, max camera distance. So maybe that's what you're talking about? This is the highest the default setting goes. But then you could actually make it even further if you check that setting in Leatrix Plus, which I don't even have checked. So what you're seeing here isn't even as much as you can get it for the camera zoom. It can go further. Now as for... Oh yeah, because I see. So Kiel is that you said... Can't wait for classic 20th anniversary. Wrath and even Cata and Mop because you're weird. You weren't prepared to do Cata raids on Classic Realm. And then Let me just make sure. Did what you say on Twitch say anything differently? Just so I can respond to everything. Oh yeah. Oh, so you just copy pasted it? Yeah, I got you. Well, so to be clear, by the way, there is still plenty of time to catch up in Cataclysm Classic if raids are what you want to do. Like, if you're worried about potentially missing out on Cata raids, we don't even have Dragon Soul yet, right? You could go and do everything right now. Catch-up's not hard. Leveling is pretty quick, and also you get a boost. And, you know, if you need a way to level up your character quickly from 80 to 85, well, I already have a very good leveling guide ready. You can go check that out. It is, that's bracers. There we go, gloves. I'm very, 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 very confident in my 80 to 85 guide. I've used it multiple times. It's really fast. And the thing is, I can actually put my money where my mouth is and say that catch-up is very quick in Cataclysm Classic because, well, the entire kind of backstory that I've been going on about is that, you know, my main account got banned for a while. And while around the time when that happened, my Cataclysm guild was on Heroic Nefarian progression. We were about to start it, and I was the main tank. And when you're about to start the final heroic boss of the tier, and you lose your main tank, well, that's really bad. So what did I do? I got my second account, and I leveled up a Blood DK from 80 to 85, and I geared that Blood DK in the span of like 48 hours up to like pre-raid Bis, and then I brought it into our heroic reclear, and they, thankfully, pretty good loot dropped. I got really lucky. In both times I've had to re-gear characters over the last 6 months in both Classic and Retail, I guess I've gotten kind of crazy luck with loot. But even then, that isn't even something that I'm including in my example of, like, it would be pretty good, because obviously you would not be getting fed heroic gear, you'd be entering heroic raid. So I got really lucky in terms of, on our very first heroic reclear, insane Blood DK loot dropped. I got geared up to almost as good as my previous Blood DK in the span of like 2 weeks, and then I was able to tank our heroic Nefarian kill. And that was on a brand new character that I had to level and gear really quickly. But the important takeaway there is that in the span of like 48 hours of real time, I played a lot during those 48 hours. I don't know exactly how much / played time it was, but in that time, I made a new account. I got the free boost that you get from the pre-order thing to get the to get my 80 Blood DK. I leveled my 80 Blood DK up to 85, and then I got it ready for heroic raids. And since that time, there's also more catch-up mechanics. I guess I could just do this. This mob's right here. But there's more catch-up mechanics now, like we have Fireland, which the Molten Front has a bunch of really easy-to-get gear pieces that are better than any of the heroic dungeon items I farmed. So the way that the Valor Cap works now, it's super duper easy to just, like, you go in, you get your Molten Front stuff, you farm Valor and do the what's it called? The Zul'Gurub and stuff dungeons once you get enough. And you'll be able to purchase like a full set of Valor gear, you'll have Zul'Gurub loot, you'll have some heroic dungeon pieces, which, mind you, Cataclysm it's not retail levels in the sense that highest item level does not always mean best. So depending on your spec, certain heroic dungeon trinkets are actually better than anything you can get with like Valor, etc. So you get it out of heroic dungeon, you're good to go. And then there's like crafted items, obviously that requires some gold, but you don't need a ton of gold, especially these days, because it's been, you know, the game's been out for a while. People aren't going to be charging a ton for some of those materials. Honestly, catch-up really is not that bad. It is pretty easy. And come to think of it, right? If all you care about is experiencing the raids at some point before the end of Cataclysm, when Dragon Soul does come out in, I don't know exactly how long it is. It's probably like a few weeks at this point. There's also the Hour of Twilight dungeons, and I think they have a higher... Can I check the loot drop? I don't know. They're not on the journal yet. So I can't tell you on the Cataclysm journal exactly how long it is. Failed attempts. I think I need the NPC to follow me. I don't really care enough to do that. I'm just going to keep going. And I'm going to turn in these quests, and I'll just queue for a dungeon while I fly around and do this stuff. Is your weekly Valor cap in Cataclysm retroactive to catch up offender gear? When you say is it retroactive, like, does the Valor cap... Is it a weekly cap or is it a seasonal cap? Because that's kind of what I meant when I said they changed it. It used to be every week you could only farm X amount of Valor points. They changed it in Classic to be a seasonal cap. So you can farm effectively infinite Valor if you're coming in at this stage. You can farm more than enough Valor to get literally every single item that you could possibly want. You'll have to run enough dungeons for it, but... Highly doubt Hour of Twilight dungeons are better than normal Blackwing Descent. I believe it probably is, actually. I am pretty sure it is actually better than normal Blackwing Descent. Because normal Blackwing Descent is... It's what? 352? Actually, I could check, because I can check the journal. Raid. Why is it not working? Okay, it's... The dungeon journal's broken. That's cool. It's either 358 or 352. One of those. I think it's 358, actually. And then... Oh, it's because I didn't have that checked? It's 359. Okay, never mind. 359. Yeah, I would be willing to bet it is. Because if we look at dungeons... Zul'Gurub is already 353. And Hour of Twilight is a step up from that. And by the way, the Molten Front gear, there's some of the Molten Front gear is like roughly on par with normal Blackwing Descent gear. A lot of the gear from Molten Front is better than normal Blackwing Descent gear. It's like 365 or something, which is higher item level. Now, there are going to be individual pieces that are stronger, and obviously you're going to have your tier sets, depending on if that's good for you. But a lot of the tier sets you can buy with Valor. You can buy most of your pieces with just Valor. There's also Barad and Hold, which, if you get lucky, you can get a tier piece from that for free, just by killing the boss. And Barad and Hold is, like, super duper easy. Barad and Hold is, like, LFR for Cataclysm. You can make a pug group do it super easily. It has, like, 2 mechanics. Completely free. So, that is not hard to do at all. And yeah, getting, like, if you come back now, you farm Valor, you get Molten Front gear, and a handful of other pieces, you do Barad and Hold, all that stuff, you will, bare minimum, be able to full clear every single raid on normal very easily. So if all you want to do is experience the normal version of the raids, you could do that very, 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 very easily right now. It's not a challenge whatsoever. Heroic is obviously a little bit of a different story because heroic raids in Cataclysm are actually somewhat of a challenge. I'm not going to say they're mythic retail level challenge, but they are challenging enough that you need to know what you're doing. You need to have a coordinated group, and that's going to be more of the hurdle, I guess, for getting into that. Because like I said, I was tanking heroic Blackwing Descent on a Blood DK and full heroic dungeon gear. But obviously, Blood DK is just stupid overpowered. So if you know how to play Blood DK, you just can't die, really, no matter what gear you have. Other specs may not be like that. Maybe the spec that you're playing is like only mid-tier DPS, and if you want to really make it work, you have to really put in the effort. Something like that. I have no idea. I guess, out of curiosity, what is it that you are interested in playing spec-wise for Cata? But assuming it's not like... I forget what the meta is, but if it's not like literally bottom tier, you should be able to find some guild that needs people, because one thing that I can assure you, having talked to my friend Taco, who was doing the recruitment for our Cata guild before we stopped raiding, is that finding people for your raids right now in Cata is a pain. It's definitely, for heroic raids, it is tough to fill raid spots.
it's kind of reaching that point where I feel like it's going to pick up in MOP, because I know for sure that I am very excited to do MOP Heroic raids. And MOP Heroic is like, that is kind of the point in time where I think there's a very solid reputation of the raids were actually semi-challenging back in the day. That's when it started to get difficult, so to speak, like in Siege of Orgrimmar, Throne of Thunder. And a lot of people will cite Throne of Thunder and Siege as some of the greatest raids of all time. Siege, I unfortunately never got to prog Throne of Thunder, but I did really enjoy it the times that I did it, like when Siege was current content. But Siege of Orgrimmar for sure is one of my favorite raids of all time. So I know a ton of people who are really excited for MOP Classic and are going to play that. And I should also note for sure, the way that catch-up has worked in any retail expansion from like Cataclysm onwards, hell, even Wrath onwards, you can come back at the start of the expansion and you will not be missing anything. TBC in like late vanilla, it's a bit weird. And I'm saying that as somebody who did actually come back to TBC during the Sunwell patch and try to get caught up. And I did. But I never even managed to clear Sunwell. I got up to Brutalis, then the guild that I was in didn't really want to progress further. They didn't have the people for it. But I returned to TBC like within the last few months. I was playing Bear Tank, which was really good. And a lot of guilds wanted a good Bear Tank, so it wasn't like I had trouble finding spots. In the sense that there were a lot of guilds that wanted a Bear Tank, but finding a really good guild that wanted a Bear Tank who also was still trying to catch up on gear, that combination was a struggle. Because getting caught up on gear in TBC was kind of difficult. Because you kind of needed to go through everything in order. There were some things that you could skip if you had like enough gold to buy crafted gear, or if you like farmed what was it, badges, the badges of whatever, and you bought certain items that were really good. But like for instance, you needed a full fire resist set to tank Illidan. So I had to spend a lot of time in the few months that I had at the end of TPC building a fire res set, and I did tank Illidan, and I'm glad I did because I actually had a lot of fun doing that. Really cool fight. And I got to like catweave on, you know, as like a mini DPS at the end, so I was technically an off tank, but you get to tank the little flames of Azzinoth. It's really cool. I enjoyed that a lot. But it was a lot of work. Like, I had to spend a good amount of time at the end of TBC getting that bear caught up, doing like Zul'Aman constantly to potentially get like slight upgrades, farming my badges to get that gear. And there were like other pieces, like there was a trinket called Badge of Tenacity, I think was the name, that you had to get by doing Ogre Law dailies. It's a grind. And that stuff would have been a little bit easier had I started early on, because the other thing is finding groups for like heroic dungeons, which was a good source of badges, was difficult because most people didn't actually need them anymore. But even as early as Wrath of the Lich King, I would say that probably, if we're talking like original Wrath back when it was current content, like 2009 or whatever, catch-up was probably a little bit more challenging. But that's the thing about what the Classic team has been doing from Wrath onwards. They've been doing #some changes. So, for instance, in Wrath Classic, we had Titan Rune dungeons, which made catch-up extremely easy, because you were able to get, like, Noxramis raid gear by farming heroic dungeons. And then they kept updating it, so eventually you were able to get Ulduar gear, Ulduar hard mode gear, just by running dungeons. And then they added a vendor in Icecrown Citadel where you could buy a Trial of the Champion gear with whatever the currency was. I forget the... I don't really need that. I have a better shield that I'll be getting soon. You could farm this currency, and that would give you the ability to purchase stuff off a vendor, so it was also deterministic. So within like a week of playing Wrath Classic, you could have pretty much full pre-raid bis. It was really, really, really nice. And they... Oh, I actually completely forgot to mention. They've already added something like that to Cataclysm Classic. That's actually an even bigger selling point. There is Inferno dungeons, which are like slightly harder versions of heroics, and they give like... I forget what the currency name is called. It's some like obsidian fragment. And there's a vendor in the Valor Points room where you can buy normal Blackwing Descent, normal Bastion of Twilight gear. So you can buy normal raid gear by running heroic dungeons. which means that you can, yeah, you actually can get your full 4-piece bonus just by doing dungeons without setting foot in a raid. So if you wanted to just grind heroics for like a week, probably wouldn't even take an entire week of grinding. Like I said, I managed to do it in 48 hours of real time. But if you wanted to do that, you absolutely could. And then you would have, you'd have your full tier set. You would have Bis trinkets. Maybe not the heroic version of the Bis trinkets, but you would have the normal version of your Bis trinkets, and some of those are infinitely better than anything else you can get. And then you do Molten Front, you get your 365 gear. Maybe try to find a pug for heroic Blackwing Descent, because the first few bosses are pretty easy. Find a pug for some of the early bosses in heroic Bastion of Twilight, etc. And then do normal Firelands. Normal Firelands drops what item level is it? 378, right? And normal Firelands, honestly, not that difficult. A lot of those bosses, you know, a pug could do it. It's pretty simple. So if that's your only goal, doing the normal versions of like Dragon Soul, Firelands, etc., you could absolutely do that with pretty minimal effort, and almost the entire gearing process would be done completely solo. The only hard part is if you wanted to get into like a heroic Dragon Soul guild, because like heroic Firelands itself is somewhat challenging. The end bosses on heroic for Blackwing Descent, etc., are kind of challenging. I would say Alakir is probably the easiest, but Alakir is easy if you know the strat for him. There's like a bunch of strats that kind of trivialize that fight, but if you're in a group that doesn't really know how to handle it, it could be kind of annoying. But like Cho'Gall is kind of hard. Sinestra, obviously, kind of hard. And I would say Nefarian is probably the hardest out of all of those, even harder than Sinestra, in my opinion, at least. It was the one that we did last. So that might be difficult to find a group for, especially now that nobody really needs the gear off it. But if you really wanted to, you could work your way up. You could find a heroic Firelands group, and then you would be able to eventually make your way into heroic Dragon Soul. All depends on how far you want to go, but hopefully I've at least convinced you that there are a million different catch-up mechanisms that make it easy enough to get back into Cataclysm Classic if that's something that you really want to do. You're so hyped to do Throne of Thunder? Yeah. I really want to do that raid. That one is the one I'm most excited for, because obviously I love Siege of Orgrimmar, but like I said, I actually got to do Siege of Orgrimmar back in the day. I never got to do the entire thing on Mythic, so, you know, I'm excited to try that. But just saw what one of my friends posted in the guild Discord. Oh, man. What was I saying? I'm gonna wait to queue until I'm literally at 99%, so I'll get to 90 or 75 just so I have an expanded pool of dungeons. And you get so much shit with random dungeon 10 queues. You can get normal weapons, tier helm and shoulders, and heroic jewelry, armor, trinkets from the Heroic Plus vendor. Oh, is it heroic trinkets? Is it actually heroic? If so, I forgot about that. I think you're right. I think it's normal weapons, but heroic trinkets. Which, if so, I mean, that's kind of fucking crazy. That's really good. Okay. Now I got a new talent point. And I need to spend... I don't have my other prime glyphs. I'm not going to worry about this. This is one of those things that I think I was gonna figure out before I started this final section of the run, but I might have even had them sitting in my mail, and I just never opened it. You looked at the vendor earlier? Damn, yeah. When you mentioned that, it was like, oh yeah, I think you're right. Because I distinctly remember the weapons thing, because I remember people complaining, like, why are the weapons lower item level? It is kind of a weird distinction to make. I kind of get why, but... But yeah, hey, there you go. Bunch of best-in-slot trinkets. Because, like, for instance, what's it called? You get, for a lot of classes, you get Heroic Heart of Rage, and this is literally your best-in-slot trinket until you get, like, 2 different heroic trinkets from Firelands. The Ragnaros trinket, Vessel of Acceleration, and... what's the other trinket? I forget what the other one is. Actually, I think for me, Heroic Heart of Rage might actually be better than any of the other ones. Though, I'm not entirely sure. My memory is a little bit fuzzy. You're debating on if you want to raid Firelands or if you'll just wait until Mob Classic? Yeah. Yeah, it's tough for me because I did really want to raid Firelands, but it, like, you know, my guild fell apart. I don't really want to find a brand new guild, and also my times are a little bit iffy. It's a little bit more flexible now because, you know, we're at a stage, at least in retail, where we're clearing in 2.5 hours. So it's only 1 night a week, 2.5 hours. That's really nice. And, you know, so that makes my schedule a little bit more flexible, but I still wouldn't want to find anything that conflicts, especially because then once Undermine comes out, you know, back to 3 days of raiding and retail, and I wouldn't be able to commit to anything crazy. Also, sorry, I wasn't looking at YouTube chat for a bit. D1 said there's also the Heroic Plus dungeon system. Yeah, so you must have typed that before I said it. I'm glad that I managed to remember that. But I guess it would have been helpful if I had seen your thing before rambling too long. But thank you for reminding me. There's a rare mob sometimes around this area, so I'll fly in this direction and check. Wonder what quests I do now. Probably the wanted quests. Those are really good. I think, yeah, it's definitely important to make sure I do those wanted quests. Let me double check to see if this rare mob is up. No, it's not. Nexus, okay. Well, I still have one more quest that I need to do in the Nexus, so that's good. It is still possible for me to get Utgard Keep, which is kind of unfortunate. I really hope that that gets knocked out of the pool soon. Also, now that I'm 75, I can start using Flask of Endless Rage instead of Relentless Assault. And I still haven't visited the Warrior Trainer. I'm going to do the Wanted quests, and then I'm going to head to Dalaran and get the Warrior Trainer. More powerful spells already active. I guarantee you it is not more powerful. But yeah, I'm still kind of torn on what I want to do for the rest of Cata Classic. Because it definitely would be nice to finish up Firelands, and bare minimum, I'm going to try Dragon Soul, because, like, I doubt normal is going to be that difficult, and, I mean, I already have a geared Blood Decay. It may not be full heroic Firelands geared, but I'm sure it's enough for normal Dragon Soul. But the raids at this stage in Classic, on Heroic at least, are enough of a commitment, like they're difficult enough that I would need to actually be willing to progress them effectively. It wouldn't just be a case of, you know, show up, collect loot, basically, which is kind of how it was for every other version of Classic. That's kind of the main challenge at this point. And while I don't necessarily mind that, it would be a challenge to basically explain to a group that, like, you know, hey, I don't know necessarily how long I'll be able to raid with you guys, especially for a tank spot. Most groups will probably want something more secure. Who knows, though? I've been thinking it over. Am I going to keep both my accounts subbed? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to start multi-boxing them and playing both at once. So, like, for Undermine, I'm going to just, like, non-stop, whenever I'm playing one account, I'm going to be playing the other. Outside of, I mean, Mythic Plus dungeons, I guess. But, like, Delves, for instance, I could run Delves with my other account. Do both of those at the same time. World content, I can do most world content at the same time. So I'll literally be gearing up 2 different tanks at the exact same time. Now, what I am debating on is, do I want to have, like... Do I want to basically make it so I'm gearing up 2 different Brewmasters, one on each account, or do I want to have, like, a Blood DK on one account and my other Brewmaster on the other account? I don't know. That one's tough to say. I think long-term, I will probably do, like, 1 tank on each account, like a different spec, just to make it easier to, like, diversify. Because you kind of want to do that anyway. This way, I'm just being more efficient with it. But I think for Undermine, what I might do is just have... I'm going to get multiple anyway, but, like, the first 2 characters I gear up will probably be both of my Brewmasters. So, Lariath and Larice. Because that way, if one of them gets better RNG, I bring that one. And it's a little bit different because, like, Lariath already has almost full Mythic Nerubar Palace Bis. So, even if I manage to get there too on my my other Brewmaster, which is what I plan to keep playing, let's say I get really unlucky on Larice early on in Undermine, and I still have really good gear on Lariath, and Lariath gets better RNG from, like, the other early sources, that character will be a lot stronger going into, like, week 1 of the raid. So, I think my current plan, at least for, like, this tier, is I'll first do... I'll keep them all geared up week 1, but, like, let's say while I'm going through the campaign and doing, like, I don't know, Delves or whatever, I'll multi-box Larice and Lariath. Then I will probably multi-box my Demon Hunter on my main account, Lunara. And I don't know what other character I would pick for my second account. Obviously, I have my Bear Druid, which was what I played for most of Nerubar Palace, but I really don't like Bear. Right now, it's not in a good spot. So I don't really think it's going to be viable for raid. Anyways, I don't think there's any merit to playing it. And it's not something I'm excited to play. So I probably just won't. Also, these people pulled extra shit. So I might do, like, my Paladin or something. Because I don't really have any strong attachment to any of the Paladins on my main account. I have a lot of different prop pallies that I've played at different points over the years. And none of them have been, like, as long-term of a main as my original Brewmaster, Larice. My Brewmaster and my Vengeance Demon Hunter are the 2 characters on my main account that I have, like, the most sentimental value attached to. Outside of course, characters like the original Haraldin character, which was a Troll Hunter that I made when I was, like, 7 years old. That character, of course, I have sentimental attachment to, but I don't play it at all anymore. It just sits there. But out of the characters that I actively played for many years, my Vengeance DH and my Brewmaster are definitely the most important to me. And those ones, I would definitely only play the main account versions. But it helps to have a second Brewmaster. Yeah, I cannot forget this time. Don't want to make the same mistake twice. I have to get closer and do this thing. There we go. On some delves, you can clear the entire delve and then join on the second account to finish the delve. That way you don't need to deal with the increased health. Yeah, I am aware that it works like that in some cases. I'm not sure which ones exactly, though. So I wouldn't want to, like, mess around with it unless I was sure. But, I mean, if you happen to have a list, that might make it easier in the future. Of course, if you told me right now, I would probably forget. But it would definitely be good to know for whenever I do that. Which should be, like, what, in a month or so? Give or take. You could have all your alts parked to farm Radnax. I already did that, actually. I did that, I don't think I did that for the War Within launch, because, well, I was kind of dealing with a lot already. So I'm pretty sure War Within launch, I just bought all my Radnax gems off the auction house. And with the characters that I managed to level on my new account, I was like, whatever. But Dragonflight launch, that one I remember, I had a bunch of alts farming tons of Radnax gems. And, I mean, I probably would do that again for Midnight launch if it's valuable. The reality for War Within also, though, is that Radnax gems were nowhere near as important because, one, Dragon Riding kind of devalues them in general, but also we had Tuft of Yakfur, which we will not have in Midnight because they nerfed Tuft of Yakfur, like a stealth patch, at some point after the launch of War Within, which is unlucky. But hey, maybe what will happen, if we get Legion Remix, they could turn Radanax into the new Tuft of Yakfur and make it stack infinite times. That could be neat. Unfortunately, if history repeats itself exactly, they would also make it so it only works within the Broken Isles, which would be awful, because I love Radanax and I really hope it never goes away. They tried to take it away from us for like a few years. Because after when my speedruns became popular in Shadowlands, one of the main things that, you know, there were like a lot of things about my speedruns I would like to think that made them, you know, blow up. But one of the big things was like all the fancy items I used, and Radanax I think was one of the most flashy of the items that I used. And that one, a lot of people I know would leave comments like, I never knew this item even existed. So a lot of people thought that was really cool. And I'm sure Blizzard wasn't really aware that much that it was a thing. So they decided that it was too much fun, and then they nerfed it. And they put like a really high level requirement on Radanax, which sucked, and that killed its viability for many, many, many years. And then somewhere down the line, they removed the level requirement. It was like within the last expansion or so. I forget when exactly it was, but I just remember one day somebody told me, like, hey, Radanax no longer has a level requirement. And I checked. I'm like, holy shit, you're right. We're back, baby. And it's great because it's so good for low levels. Yeah, I'll have to think about how I want to handle that. I'm also, like, I know for a fact that I will be playing Brewmaster most likely, because looking at how the specs are shaping up to be for Raid, Brewmaster is the only spec that I can say with relative confidence is going to be really strong in the Raid. Now, there are other specs that look like they could be good. Oh my god, this rogue is doing insane damage. Holy shit. I can't hold thread off him. How is he doing so much? Is he level 80 or something? Level 78, okay. Jesus. Also, do I have any new gear that I could equip? I do. I don't know if it's better, though. Yeah, that's not better.
Have a good one.
What's they say? Yeah, Brewmaster, I can say with relative confidence, is going to be good. Brewmaster is always... It is almost always like one of the stronger tanks in every single raid tier. There are very few instances where Brewmaster wasn't either one of the two best tanks or like top 3. Worst case, it's like top 4. The last time that I think Brewmaster was not bare minimum top 4 tanks, honestly, probably even top 3 tanks, was Emerald Nightmare. Early Legion, Brewmaster was very undertuned. It was not in a good spot. And then they buffed it by a shit ton, and it became like one of the best tanks for the rest of Legion. The only reason why it wasn't one of the 2 best tanks for all of the rest of Legion outside of Emerald Nightmare, which, like I said, was an anomaly, is specifically because Double Guardian Druid in many tiers was the popular tank comp. So in that case, it was a single tank that you ran 2 of, which isn't something that happens very often. But like Antorus, it was Brew Guardian Druid. In Tomb of Sargeras, it was either Brew Guardian Druid or Double Bear. Something like that. You've been checking the age for speed gear. Anything you want? I want you to keep an eye out for. Honestly, at the moment, not really. I don't really have any major speedruns plans. And all of the speedruns that I'm gonna do that I guess have that involve, I guess, speed gear, which would be like low-level stuff, I already have a massive amount stockpiled at the moment. I guess if you manage to find a piece that has like double of one stat, like double mastery, double haste or something like that, and speed, and a socket at a low-level thing, yeah, sure. I mean, those are always good. It can't hurt to have more of those, but there's nothing in particular, I suppose, that I'm really in need of right now. I appreciate it, though. Let's do the wanted quests. I should also... I'll re-queue. Honestly, at this point in time, if I'm not going to get Nexus again because you can't get the same dungeon twice. But if I get Utgard Keep, I'm actually just going to leave and eat the 30-minute penalty. And is what it is. So let's just hope we don't get Utgard. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. No. Caught up on all messages. Cool, cool. Where's this guy? Down here. Just to kill Donus. Just interrupt that. God, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was talking about tanks in Narubar Palace, or Undermine Raid. I really don't want to have to say Liberation of Undermine every single time I talk about that raid. I think I'm just going to keep calling it Undermine Raid. It flows off the tongue better than Liberation of Undermine. What's it called? So, Brewmaster, I would say, is almost a shoo-in. Because there have been tiers where I think Brewmaster doesn't look very great, and it's still one of the better tank options. Like, I really did not like Brewmaster Monk in Vault of the Incarnates, and in Vault of the Incarnates, Brewmaster was like one of the least popular tanks, if not the least popular. It's generally underplayed, but on tiers where it's really good, it'll see like a surge in popularity a little bit, even then it's still usually way below Blood to Gain. Nice. Goblin Raid? Yeah, the Goblin Raid works too. All I'm saying is I don't want to call it Liberation of Undermine. And nice. So this is perfect. I'm high enough level to pick up the quests. Because that was the issue I had with some of the other dungeons. It was either a low-level dungeon or it was too high level and I couldn't grab the quests. LOM. As like an abbreviation? Is that what you're saying? I guess it would be LOUM. In that case, to fit better. On Classic, can't use the old tech of hopping on a seesaw before joining a dungeon. I don't have the seesaw toy. I'm not sure if that works, though. Because keep in mind that a lot of Classic is built on the retail client. So a lot of old stuff like that works the same way it does in retail. Not always, so I actually wasn't aware of that. There is entirely a possibility that that is the thing that works. But I could not tell you for sure. Damn, all of them need the quest items. Can I get this quest item? Nah, he attacks too fast. Maybe during the roleplay when he transforms, there might be a short window. Yep. Got it. I'm pretty sure we can do this. I normally don't do the dungeon this way, because it's faster to do it from Snake Boss. There's also... Oh, there's an Elder up here. Did we get everybody? Yeah, we're good. Shit. Got stuns. Lag? Oh, come on. Oh, please don't be the internet. I swear to God. Oh, it's the internet. Oh, fuck me. Oh my God, why right now? Well, I'm fucked. No, it's back. I mean, it's never fun to have that happen during stream, but as long as it doesn't completely go down, which doesn't happen often, it's rare, but it happens all the fucking time when I'm streaming, of course. Haven't had any issues with my internet in such a long time. Only happens when I'm streaming. It's technically not true. You just notice it more, but it's still... Ugh, so frustrating. Seems like we're fine, though. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, would have been frustrating for it to happen in the middle of that poll, too. Thankfully, we didn't wipe. If you play Cata, you have to do Terracosa, and that kind of bummed you out a little. Well, the Terracosa grind is... It's not that bad now. I don't know the exact details, but I know it's much easier. It's like super duper fast to get Terracosa, relatively speaking. So, if that was something you wanted to do, you could realistically achieve it still. It's like, I don't remember how many weeks it is, but I think it's like less than a month to get Terracosa. Don't quote me on that. I just know it's much faster than it's supposed to be. They made it like super duper like expedited. I could go for the tablet behind the altar. I don't know if any of them are going to take that. Poison Nova. Yeah, I got all my tablets. Big. Did we get the altar back there? I think we did. Want to make sure. Is that a warlock? Is he like life tapping or something? He's almost dead the entire dungeon. I don't know if they still have that in this version.
Yeah, what was I saying?
Yeah, so like I think I was talking about Vault of the Incarnates, right? Vault of the Incarnates, I played Brewmaster. I hated it. It felt really bad. I didn't like playing it because the playstyle was janky as hell. And it technically wasn't meta. The meta was Prot Warrior Blood DK. And you needed to have a Blood DK that tier. That one was mandatory. But Prot Warrior, technically speaking, was not meta. It was like, you could swap it in with a Brewmaster and it was fine. And like, there were cases to be made where Brewmaster was actually better because, like, arguably Windwalker damage was worse than, like, Warrior damage, but Warrior wasn't amazing that tier in terms of DPS, and Prot Warrior was pretty good, so a lot of people just ran Prot Warrior instead. At that point in time, I considered swapping to Warrior because I was actually rating in Occasional Excellence with Babylonius, the Windwalker Guide Writer. That's a whole story. Most people already know that one. But I ended up still playing Brewmaster instead. I guess you could also technically have a Mistweaver, some guilds did, but that was considerably less popular. But as a result, Brewmaster was definitely among the top 3 tanks, with Blood DK being the number 1, and then it being maybe Prot Warrior slightly edging out Brew, but they were effectively interchangeable for all intents and purposes. And then, almost every other tier, Brewmaster is, like, one of the best. Like, Aberrus, one of the top 2 tanks. Amir Drasil, one of the top 2 tanks. Actually, I would say Amir Drasil, it's a little bit of a toss-up. Amir Drasil was another case of, like, Blood DK was mandatory. You needed to have 1 Blood DK. And then you could either have double Blood DK, you could have Blood DK Prot Paladin, which I think was technically more popular. But a lot of guilds just ran Blood DK Brewmaster. That, I think, was even more interchangeable than like, Vault of the Incarnates. I think the only reason why Prot Pally was considered to be slightly better than Brew is because it did slightly more damage, which, is nice, but also Mistweaver was very, very, very good in Amir Drasil, so pretty much every single guild that was progging Farok had a Mistweaver. So you didn't really need to have Monk Buff from Brew, because you already had it there, which isn't usually the case. Normally you have to get it from somewhere, and you usually pick Brew as the way to get it. Yes, that is slightly better than what I have. Troll Kickers, and then I'll put Minor Speed on that. It's my last Minor Speed enchant. We got this. Starting to run out of bag space. The thing is, when I used to mail stuff to my Paladin when doing this run originally, this is a lot of the stuff that I would end up mailing. The random crap that you get from, like, dungeons. So I probably lost a good bit of gold in terms of transmog and stuff when all that mail got erased. But I think probably didn't lose that much overall in terms of the actual important stuff. That's my copium. Where's this dude? I thought I heard his, like, footsteps, but I think that was the dragon's wings. Oh, there he is. Let me use a sharpening stone. I can't remember if I have a newer one. No. Doesn't look like I do. Yeah, it's easy enough to solo these elite quests. And they give pretty good experience. I'll re-queue now. Is Utgard Keep? Utgard Keep's still in the pool, man. I feel like that should probably be changed, because it's worthless for me at this point. The mobs might still be green, but they would give shit XP. Trying to think of, like, other history of Brewmaster stuff. As they were definitely one of the 2 best tanks in Abersamir. Nerubar Palace this tier, definitely one of the 2 best. I think it's weird now because the meta has shifted quite a bit for Nerubar Palace, more than I think previously. Because they've done a decent amount of changes, like major changes, where at the start of the tier, it was very, very, very set in stone. Brewmaster, Guardian Druid, or Blood DK. Like, some mix of that. But then, like, you had some people, like, for instance, Echo was bringing Prot Paladin for Ansarek. And I don't know for sure if Prot Paladin was really that good early on. They obviously didn't get world first. They struggled with it a little bit. But they did get their first kill with it. But then, it's very safe to say that, like, at this point in time, and definitely there was a brief period in the middle there before they nerfed Prot Paladin when it was doing extremely well, where, yeah, Prot Paladin was, at a certain point, the best tank this tier. But then it got nerfed. I would still say it's probably one of the 2 best tanks right now in, like, you know, deep farm, if you care about that. But is it, like, that much better? Before it got nerfed, maybe you could argue it was, like, actually that much better. If people were still progging, it would have been worth swapping to Prot Paladin. It would have made it easier. At this point, I would say it's, like, probably about even with everything else. Maybe slightly ahead. And I would actually say at this point, Blood DK is probably pulled ahead. And also, Guardian Druid has completely fallen out of the meta. So we've had some major shifts in that regard. Because Guardian, I would say, was pretty safely one of the 2 best tank picks. Yeah, none of this is worth it. But every single other tank pretty much got buffed. Guardian Druid didn't. All of the other Druid specs got buffed. Guardian Druid didn't. So the main reason why Guardian was meta at the start of this tier wasn't because it was super overpowered. It was pretty good relative to the other tanks at the time, but more importantly, the, what's it called? Why am I... Okay, there we go. Some weird lag going on there. So it was pretty good compared to the other tanks, but also the other Druid specs were really, really bad. Now, I think Resto Druid could still use some love. Feral Druid is always going to be in a little bit of an awkward spot. It's not bad at the moment, per se, but it's not, like, good. But Balanced Druid has very clearly come back, like, into the fold as far as, like, good DPS specs go. They were not in a good spot at the start of Nerubar Palace, so it was really hard to just justify bringing a Balanced Druid or bringing a Resto Druid. So Guardian, being one of the better tanks, looked like a solid option. Now it is arguably the worst tank out of all of them, and Balanced Druid, which is very easy to find players for who are half decent, is pretty good. So there's just absolutely no reason to bring your Guardian anymore. That's a pretty big pretty big meta shift that I don't know if we've ever seen something that major within the scope of a single tier. Like, one of the tanks used in the world first kill is arguably the worst tank by the end of that same tier due to tuning changes. I genuinely can't remember the last time that's been the case. Fucking rip bear. But even before then, like, even back when that was the case, Blood DK was still in a pretty good spot. Their damage was maybe... probably could use a healing pot here. Their damage was on the lower end, which was the main disadvantage of having a Blood DK early in Nerubar Palace. And Prot Palace's survivability was, like, a little bit on the, like, lower ends. They had some jankiness with their hero talents. But then Blizzard massively buffed Prot Palace's survivability. It also buffed Prot Palace damage before it then re-nerfed Prot Palace damage. And it massively buffed Blood DK damage by, like, a fucking ton. Blood DK is now, I think, the top damage tank in Nerubar Palace. Went from, I think, close to the bottom to being extremely good. So that was a big change up, and now I would argue that probably the meta comp for Nerupar Palace at this moment in time is Blood DK Prot Paladin, which neither of those tanks was in the world first kill, which is kind of interesting how that works out. But Brewmaster is still in a really good spot at the moment. It was used in the world first kill, and it's not bad at all. And what's it called? I guess like the only two tanks that are kind of in a losing spot at the moment would be Guardian Druid, and I don't know if I'd say Prot Warrior's in a losing position necessarily, but they are definitely not. They have nothing really going for them. It's maybe a better way to put it. Nothing that Prot Warrior can do right now is particularly spectacular, and that's kind of how they always are. Prot Warrior is typically in a case of they are either the best tank because they're super duper overtuned and, you know, everything they do is broken, they take no damage, they do tons of damage, something like that. Or they're just strictly worse than basically every other tank. Like right now, why would you really bring a Prot Paladin or Prot Warrior when you could bring a Prot Paladin, a Brewmaster, anything else? Right now, Warrior DPS is pretty good. I think they're still going to be pretty good in Undermine. So I would say, actually, they're more than pretty good. A lot of strats at the moment revolve around Warrior Burst. They got nerfed, obviously, a lot over the course of the tier. They were insane at the start of Nerupar Palace, but you still almost kind of rely on having Prot Warrior Burst damage for, like, Ovanax ads, web wraps on Ansarax, stuff like that. Very, very, very strong for that. So they're basically mandatory. I don't know how much of that will stay in Undermine, but I can't imagine it's going to change that much. I haven't really heard any dooming from the DPS warriors I know, so if they're already in a pretty good spot and they all seem to be pretty content with everything they're getting next patch, there's a good chance that DPS warrior is going to be in a good spot. And while the Prot Warrior stuff that we're getting actually looks pretty good, I think they changed the tier set, and it looks relatively strong, but it looks more strong in Mythic Plus. So I wouldn't be surprised if Prot Warrior ends up just being absolutely crazy in M+, because that looks like a really good tier set for them in that context. And they already are pretty good in M+ right now. And I'm specifically, of course, talking about raids, right? I don't really care that much about M+. But who knows? I don't think they'll be bad in Undermine. It'll just be a situation of, like, kind of why would you bring them? Bear's the only one that looks pretty bad, because Bear hasn't really gotten any major adjustments despite desperately needing some. And their tier set is pretty underwhelming. Their tier set is basically a mini Convoke the Spirits, which I don't hate Convoke the Spirits, but Convoke the Spirits is pretty random. I don't really think there's any guarantee that it's going to give you at least something that's good. So you could really just view it as a flat damage and mild survivability proc that isn't going to give you any major shifts. And when you compare that to something like Brewmaster, which gets one of the strongest tier set bonuses that I've seen in a while, it's really, 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 really good. When I saw it, I was like, wow, this looks really good on paper. I hope it feels good to play. And it feels amazing to play. In practice, it's so fucking good. It kind of amps up the Brewmaster complexity by a ton, which is maybe unfortunate to getting new people to try the spec, because Brewmaster already feels like you're playing the piano, and the new tier set makes that even more complicated. There's like so much GCD weaving and shit that you're gonna have to do. It's crazy. But I love playstyles like that. I love really fast-paced, complex playstyles where like you get rewarded for playing really well. So I'm very excited for Brewmaster next year. It's one of the few times in recent memory where I've been genuinely excited to play Brew. Because, like, Brewmaster and Aberrus wasn't bad. I wouldn't have hated if I had to play it there. But the moment I saw the Vengeance Demon Hunter set bonus for Aberrus, I'm like, that is what I'm going to play. And Vengeance Demon Hunter wasn't even meta. It was okay. It was, like, maybe the 4th best tank. Which is you know, better than nothing. I forgot. I didn't even mention Vengeance TH when I was talking about all the tanks just now. Vengeance is... yeah, it's probably in that spot. I think it's better than Bear at the moment. I probably would have put it, like, on par with Prot Warrior in Nurubar Palace. Maybe? Actually, no, that's a lie. Prot Warrior is definitely better than it in Nurubar Palace. But I think going into Undermine, Prot Warrior is solidly ahead. The new Vengeance set bonus is really strange. There is a small chance that it ends up being insanely broken, and then Vengeance is like a sleeper OP spec. I have a feeling it's going to be the opposite, and that it's going to be really, really, really underwhelming. It's just very hard to say until we know where the final tuning on that falls. It's kind of a binary effect, where if it's tuned high enough, it's super broken. If it's tuned low, which unfortunately is where it's currently sitting, then it's really bad. And Vengeance kind of needed something, and Vengeance has actually gotten nerfs so far on the PTR, because they are good in dungeons, at the very least. They're still not meta. Prot Pally's still meta. But they're good enough that I guess Blizzard thought it was necessary to nerf them, which is kind of annoying, because in raids, they're still kind of subpar. Which is also funny, right? Because Brewmaster has gotten buffs, and the buffs to Brewmaster have not been substantial, but I do find it funny seeing Brewmaster getting buffs when, like, the spec's already dominating in raids. It's insanely broken, but it's bottom tier in Mythic Bless, because the damage profile is not good for Brew. Which is, you know, a shame. I wish Blizzard knew how to balance those modes independently, but it's been years and they still can't figure it out. Whatever. It's one of the many reasons why I just haven't been able to care about pushing Mythic Plus score, because when I end up playing Brewmaster, basically every single other tier, if not every tier, and Brewmaster is one of the worst tanks in Mythic Plus, it's just hard for me to give a shit about trying to push score when I already know that I would need to pick a different character entirely to do that. I don't want to do that. Is PTR down? I don't know. I'm not doing any PTR testing actively at the moment, so I cannot tell you. It might be down. If it is down, they could be like pushing updates for some new systems. But like I said, I have no idea. I did PTR testing for the raid last week. I didn't do the raid testing earlier today. At this point, I've just accepted the fact that I'm going to make I'm going to make a heroic, like how to tank every heroic Undermine boss guide, which includes Gallywix. And I'm going to do that after the release of the raid. I didn't get Novos the Summoner. I always forget to do that stupid quest. I gotta turn in... there's at least one quest that I gotta do, so I'll wait for this. Actually, I'm pretty sure I don't even need to do this. I think I can just teleport out and back in. And the like, Ghost Drakuru at the start should let me turn this quest in. I thought I'd just be able to do it here. Maybe, can I do Drakuru's Elixir here? Would that work? Nope. Well, that's stupid. Oh, whatever. If I get this dungeon again, I can just turn the other one in at the start, and then I'll just remember to do the other one at the end. Not a big deal. I'll do that quest, because I know that one gives good experience, and it's fast. And then I'll instantly... Actually, I'm gonna do that quest first, get to level 77. I don't know for sure if that'll knock Utgard out. It says it's up to 78, so I don't think it will. But at the very least, it might add Halls of Lightning, which is pretty good. So it'll give me less of a chance of hitting Utgard Keep. So we love that.
What you want?
Let me open up all of these boxes before I forget. I think I also... That was better, right? Yeah, that was an improvement. I just need to re-enchant it. And then... Zarathustra's Frozen Heart. What do I have to do for this? I have to talk to Rokon. Okay. Yeah, and this will give me... Yeah, this gives a big chunk of experience. So that should get me to 77. That'll expand the possibility of dungeons that I can get. Oh, shit. That was faster than I thought. Thought the roleplay would take longer. Lean back to take a sip of coffee. What was I saying? But yeah, anyways, I guess my entire point is that Brewmaster's already in a good spot right now. The Brewmaster set bonus looks really, really, really strong, and more importantly, fun to play. And pretty much every single other tier where Brewmaster has looked kind of fun to play, there's been another spec that I've been more excited for. Like, Aberrus was probably the last really good Brewmaster tier, so to speak. And I was more excited for Vengeance DH, so that's mostly what I played. I did still clear the raid on my Brewmaster later on, but I did it first on Vengeance. Turnan's back there. Fuck. And then, like, Amir Drasil, I was more excited to play Blood DK. I kind of liked the Amir Drasil Brewmaster playstyle, but... I don't know. It wasn't, like, amazing. I just kind of didn't really... None of the other tanks excited me, at least after Blood DK. And then I got frustrated with Blood DK because it felt like shit. And the fact that I didn't get Firaloth until after our Mythic Rock kill was really frustrating because I was just playing at a major disadvantage for the entire raid. And I was watching a million other Blood DKs loot it, like, their very first week. Legendary acquisition like that can never fucking happen again. It's so fucking annoying. Legendaries either need to be a flex item that you get, like, at the end of a tier, where it's basically the legendary is something that you're meant to carry over into the next tier of progression. Or it's something like the Warlords of Draenor ring, where you craft it as part of a quest line, and it's guaranteed after X amount of time. That's fine, if that's how they want to go about it. Like, if that is the design of legendaries, okay. But never, ever, ever again do I want to see them do shit like Firaloth, where it is some random drop chance thing. Nezuro too, I guess. Nezuro was an annoying one, for sure. But I would actually say Nezuro was less impactful than Firaloth. Because Nezuro was only for evokers, so I guess it felt bad if you were an evoker. But Nezuro also wasn't that massive of a personal damage buff, and it didn't really change the way that you played. It was good, for sure, and I'm sure, you know, there's probably going to be some evoker who's thinking, like, oh, you know, I didn't get it until XYZ in the raid, and it felt bad, and I feel you there, for sure. But Firaloth was a little bit different, because the active effect on it actually meaningfully changed how you played in some cases. Having massive burst AoE as a tank is really good in some cases. If you need to get, like, snap threat on a bunch of mobs, that's helpful. Not even having access. Like, imagine you just didn't have access to a major cooldown that gave you some utility. Well, yes, it is damage, so obviously it sucks losing all of that damage. Doing Mythic Plus as a Blood DK, not having Firaloth, and not being able to get snap threat on, like, a gigantic pull felt really fucking awful when everybody else could do that. It also, Blood DK especially, it was a leap effect. So there were multiple points where, like, in boss fights, after I had Firaloth, I could make it so whenever the boss did, like, a big movement, I would time my Firaloth for that, so I would leap at the boss and not have to chase it down and lose melee uptime. So it was not just, like, a flat damage increase, but it actually really did meaningfully change the way you played in certain situations. So not having it felt really fucking bad. It was not a good feeling at all. And they really cannot do that ever again. It was horrible. Because the lesson that I learned playing Blood DK and Amir Drasil is if they ever give my spec a legendary weapon again, I am just not going to play it. So if like Brewmaster, for instance, Brewmaster ever gets a legendary weapon, I will refuse to play Brewmaster that tier. Fuck that. I'm not dealing with that nonsense again, if it's the same exact way. If they do it where it's a random drop and it's RNG whether you get it or not, I'm just not playing it. Fuck that. I'm going to wait until they give like a 200% buff to how it's, obtained, and then I'll gear up my Brewmaster during farm and play it then. But Jesus Christ, if we ever have another Fearlock situation, miss me with that. What am I doing here? There's a bunch of quests I could do. I'd probably want to target any sort of wanted quests. Ideally, I should do Amphitheater of Anguish. But I don't know if I can solo it. I probably can't. Maybe I just fly there and see if there's anybody else around and just group up, because that would definitely be the most efficient set of quests I could do. And if there are other people, then yeah, that would be ideal. Astral Nerub. I mean, I have all of these quests done already, but this one's very fast, so no complaints here. And it's not low enough level that I'm going to be getting super low XP. I think it looks like I'm probably still on track to get this done within my estimated time, which, what is my total slash played right now? Total slash played is 1 day. We've just passed 24 hours. What was my original estimate back when I first started this? I think I said under 30 hours. That was my goal, which we're definitely going to hit. I think, honestly, my estimate might have been pretty spot on, because I have Joyous Journeys for the last 10 levels here, which speeds it up. So this is going to end up taking about, what, 26 hours, give or take? Because I think we're 2 hours into this part of the stream, and I expected this stream to take roughly 4 to 5 hours. We're on track for that. I have 3 levels left to go. We have 2 hours left to my projection. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Especially since, like, Halls of Lightning, if I start getting that, Halls of Lightning is crazy good XP. Everyone need on purple BOAs. Is that really something that we need to say? I like how he says that as if the odds of a world drop purple is actually common. Maybe he just had a group where, like, he rolled greed and somebody rolled need and he lost the item. Like the Super Monkey Ball toy. And he's just making sure he's not going to have that shit happen to him a second time. I mean, I don't think I've seen a single world drop purple in all of the dungeons I've done so far. So I find it amusing that he's clarifying that in party chat ahead of time, as if it's a common occurrence. It's not. But hey, you know. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Can't fault him for that. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty on pace from what my projection was. So I guess that's good. My guesstimate of how long it took wasn't that far off. I should also note that initially, when I started doing this speedrun, I was using a timer to track it. So there's about like 2 extra hours of slash played where I'm literally standing around doing nothing, because initially I expected that wouldn't be counted because I would be using a timer. But now, because we're using slash played as a metric instead, that'll be included, so. Not too bad. And then I guess if you slap on 80 to 85, it's ballpark 10 additional hours is what some of my rough early runs were. So the average player time, 10 hours seems reasonable. So it would be ballpark 40 hours without Joyous Journeys to get from 1 to 85, I think. But then with Joyous Journeys, obviously, that time gets cut down quite a bit across the entire path. Alright. I don't know, I think I've rambled enough about retail tank meta stuff. And I'm willing to bet that, like, most people do not give a shit about that. That is something that is always at the forefront of my mind. I am always thinking about retail tank stuff because, well, I really like tanking in general, and obviously I need to make sure that I'm staying on top of that stuff for my guilds. Okay, I think we can pull Hadronox now. If you're fast about it, you can snipe him before he manages to heal. No! Ah, he's getting the full heal off. Damn. Maybe I should have waited like a second or two more. I think if they had all gone in, he got to like, what, 20%? If everybody else joined in, we might have been able to burst him. Not that it particularly matters. How does the heal work? He sprays its leech poison, so see this. 500 health leeched every 1 second. If killed, heals Hadronox for 10%. So what happens is he puts that on the other Nerubian guys, so if one of them dies, he gets a 10% heal. So there's like a small window there where, while none of the mobs are about to die, they're all like at 30% health, they're DPSing Hadronox, he gets this ramping bleed on him, and he has his leech poison, but they're out DPSing his heal. So if he gets to like 25%-ish, and you rush in and nuke him down really quickly before he has a chance to kill off any of those other spiders, you kill him before he gets the 10% heals. What happened there is he got down to like 20%, and then the mobs started dying, and he started chaining 10% heals, and, you know, then it's impossible to get him down. On retail is very weird, because the way that the scaling on retail works is, like, he will regularly go down to literally 1 HP, because the mobs just do way too much damage to him. So on retail, it's very easy to one-shot Hadronox, because you just wait for him to hit literally 1 HP, tap him, and then he falls over. He definitely takes a lot more damage in, like, Cataclysm relative to when this was current content back in Wrath. Ooh. Alright, not the best slide. We got a good slide there. It's kind of funny how, like, this is one of the fun things about making, like, old expansion dungeon guides. Because I made dungeon guides for every single dungeon in Wrath Classic. And those videos actually did pretty well. Because I did a bunch of research, and I made sure that I understood every small fucking nuance of these old Wrath dungeons. And it was kind of fun making them. Because now I know little things like, those two mobs over there, they put a debuff on a player where if that player gets healed, they explode. Run in. Door closes fast. Yeah, Mage isn't moving. They're standing right on the edge. I think they're probably in. But... And, like, Pound, you can outrange Pounds. It's a frontal aim to the tank, but the tank can, like, distance themselves from it. Stuff like that. There's lots of actually neat mechanics in these dungeons that, like, just aren't communicated well. Like, a lot of people think that mechanic on Nurabak is just... on Narubarak is just a tank frontal that you just have to eat. When in reality, you're supposed to aim it away, walk to the edge, distance yourself, and then run back in. And then you take no damage from it at all. And, like, the mechanic on the Prime Guards, most people nuke them really quickly. But if they live for long enough and they start doing damage to you, because they have a mechanic that slowly drains your damage done, so if they happen to live for a while, maybe if your group's damage isn't very good, then you may start to be forced to heal your party members. And if you happen to heal your party member who has the debuff on them, that you're not supposed to heal them, you explode and kill the entire group. And a lot of times we think of these dungeons as not having very many mechanics because the health tuning on a lot of these mobs is really low. Because, you know, there's no Mythic Plus. And that's one of the things that I really liked about them adding Titan Rune dungeons, because when they added Titan Rune dungeons, a lot of my dungeon guides kind of retroactively became more important, because I actually explained how all the mechanics work, and there were so many mobs who, like, you never saw their mechanics if you're doing it on regular heroic difficulty, because they had no health. But suddenly, if you're doing a Titan Rune dungeon with, like, very low item level, you're seeing mechanics that you never knew existed. And then my guide was the only one out there that actually explained how this shit worked. So even though I just made it for fun, as like, you know, this is how the dungeon is technically supposed to be done, even though realistically speaking, you're just going to steamroll it with gear, it actually worked out because when they added Titan Rune dungeons, you actually had to do the mechanics in a lot of cases. So suddenly my guides became relevant, which was kind of cool. And then, of course, I made, like, the Titan Rune dungeon videos. I thought about making one for Cataclysm. Cataclysm was weird. It was one of those things where I'm really annoyed at how everything went down with Cataclysm Classic and stuff, because Cata and Mop Remix sniped each other. So I just did not have time to finish a bunch of the videos I wanted to make for Cataclysm because Mop Remix was about to come out. And I couldn't split my time between the two perfectly. So I wasn't able to make the low-level Cata leveling guide. That one I probably would have had to scrap regardless because I just didn't have the time to do it. There was too much to test, right? I mean, I'm still doing test runs right now. And obviously now we've just deferred that to, we're going to have a Mop leveling guide. But I really wanted to make Cata dungeon guides, but I simply did not have time. That was one of the things that hit the cutting room floor because of Mop Remix. And it's one of those difficult things where, while I had a lot of fun making the Wrath dungeon guides, and relatively speaking, they were fairly popular, like they did well, especially compared to my channel's size at the time. These days, I've had a lot of videos that do infinitely better than those dungeon guides ever do, that require like a fraction of the effort. So even though I had fun making it, it's really difficult to justify spending like literally 20 hours of your time, like 20 hours of real work time, not like, you know, real life time where half of that I'm not actually working. Literally 20 hours is what it would take to make one of those videos, from the research to the scripting to the video testing and stuff like that, to the thumbnail, all that stuff, to make one of those dungeon guides. And then there's a ton of different dungeons. And then it gets like 10,000 views, which 10,000 views for me back then was solid. Like, it was good, right? But when I can make, like, you know, a leveling video and get like 5 times that, and it requires a fraction of the effort, it becomes difficult to justify. That's one of the problems with YouTube, right? I say problems, right? That's the thing. I guess that's a better way to phrase it, is that is what makes YouTube a job. I kind of touched upon this earlier in the stream, but that is why this is a job and not, as a lot of people kind of, it annoys me a little bit, because I had one of my friends kind of like teasing me about, you know, yeah, but it's not a real job, is it? And I'm like, dude, I get that some people have that mentality. You don't expect your friends to say it. It's a little bit annoying, though, when like people just don't really understand how much goes into this stuff. And it's like, I'm not literally just playing video games. That's not all of it. Streams like this are a little bit easier because right now I am literally just playing a video game. If all I did was streaming, then yeah, it probably wouldn't be that hard, because that is effectively you're just playing a game. So if literally all I did every single day, all day, was stream, and I just streamed whatever it is I wanted, now I will admit, is streaming Cataclysm Prot Warrior leveling the thing that I really want to be doing at this exact moment in time? No. Am I, like, miserable right now? No. I don't mind this. But are there things that I, you know, in theory would rather be doing? Yeah, absolutely. I'm more doing this out of a sense of, like, obligation, so to speak. I want to feel like I've completed the run that I started so long ago. Movement speed increased. These books, by the way, there is a chance that this gives you an experience buff, which is why I have these. I technically could have started using them at 75, I just forgot. It's less important for the context of this run because I only get it for 5 levels, which doesn't last that long. But this is really nice for 80 to 85 because you're going to get like 10 uses of this over the course of the 10-ish hours it's going to take you to level. So in that sense, it is actually pretty good. Hot Iced Tea, subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much. You're ready for the Nerubian dungeon being an M+. Yeah, pretty much. Nice having this one and the other one instead of the Shadowlands dungeons. Anything's better than fucking Necrotic Wake, yeah. And, you know, for next season, Theater of Pain, I really don't understand why they feel the need to bring back Shadowlands dungeons that nobody asked for, just because. Like, Theater of Pain isn't really thematically connected at all. Oh my goodness. Hot Iced Tea gifted 10 subs. Wow. Thank you so much. Shit. Well, what was I saying? And thank you so much for that, dude. That's very generous. Yeah, but like nobody wants Theater of Pain, right? Absolutely nobody I know is excited for Theater of Pain. It's a fucking shitty dungeon. It was one of the... I was gonna say it was one of the worst dungeons in Shadowlands. None of the Shadowlands dungeons were good. Let's be real here. Very few Shadowlands dungeons were actually, you know, enjoyable. At least in my opinion. Maybe some people disagree with me. Hot Iced Tea said, thanks for the videos. You've been watching my YouTube channel for a while. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the guides. But I guess, like, yeah, to my earlier point, that's the thing. That is where most of my effort ends up going. Where, you know, I stream sometimes, and obviously this week I'm going to be streaming a lot, because there's a lot of miscellaneous things that I want to finish up. And, streaming is, like, the perfect format to do that. I'm not going to, like, record it off stream or whatever and then make it into a video. Which I do sometimes, but I think for this, it definitely makes more sense to just... What's that quest? Is that a wanted quest? I guess I'm not sure where the other wanted quests are. If there are other wanted quests around here... No. Where's the Amphitheater of Anguish quest? I'm not seeing that on Questy, but it should be there if I go there. I should also keep forgetting to requeue. I recognize a lot of the names in terms of who got gifted the subs. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so the quest is here. Nobody else is around. I mean, I guess I'll see if I can solo this. If I can, cool. If not, oh well. But it's worth a shot. They're probably doing Shadowlands dungeons because it's easier to grab a Mythic Plus ready dungeon than it is to work on old dungeons that work thematically. Yeah. I mean, I get why they're doing it. You're right, for sure. It sucks. I wish they did something that people actually wanted. Alright. Okay, initial impressions. This probably is going to kick my ass. I mean, I'm doing damage to it. Maybe at the very least this guy I could take down. Oh, there's a guy here. Oh. If they're doing this. Well, I mean, getting one of them out of the way, bare minimum, would be nice, but, like, if they're gonna do Amphitheater of Anguish, they don't have a full group, I would hope they'd let me tag along, right? Free XP. Hey, Octana, good to see you. I'm guessing they're still getting their person here, because I see 285s. So I'll wait to start. Glad you could catch the stream even though you're a bit late. Oh, well, the recording will always be posted on both Twitch and YouTube now, so. Well, if I could get carried through this by a level 85, I guess can't hurt. I suppose if I really wanted to, I could carry myself. No, I couldn't because my other character's Alliance. I mean, I wonder if I could come here on my Alliance character and one-shot it after I started it on Horde. I guess it wouldn't. It doesn't matter. Oh, there was a hype train, so I can open... What is a hype chest? Okay. All these Twitch things. Hey, XR Luna. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, I've seen you talking in like, Discord and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've consistently streamed. Hopefully they don't take too long. I mean, I want to be patient, right? But also, it is technically a speedrun. But I'm assuming it's only going to be like 5 minutes until this person's ready, so... That's not too bad. You probably could, but then you'll get comments saying that you got carried by yourself, yeah. Yeah, I generally like to avoid doing that. Like, obviously, I think this is maybe where it gets murky, right? Because I always recommended my guides for things, even in retail, like Yetimus. Ask around if you're struggling, you know, if anybody else wants to do these quests. That's kind of the spirit of the game. You're supposed to group up for that stuff. I'm able to solo Sternhold Challenge and Yetimus, etc. But it is meant to be done in a group. I don't think anybody would argue that. The problem is it's not always possible to find that, so... But this stuff, realistically speaking, I don't think it's possible to solo all of this. And I know the early bosses in these events are always significantly easier than the end ones. Like, I tried to solo Crucible of Carnage when I was leveling my Blood DK, and I killed the first guy, and then I couldn't do the rest. They were just way too hard. Almost got the second guy. So, it is, at this stage of the game, definitely meant to be done in a group. Now, is it cheating if you use a level 85? Maybe, but also, like, I can't control the fact that this guy's here. It just is what it is, right? I'll leave queue, I'll wait for this guy, because if I get this quest done, every single one of these things is equivalent to, like, a random dungeon completion. It's really good. Really, really good XP. So I guess I'm just going to... I've read everything that people in my guild have posted on Discord. Our enhancement shaman got a ticket on his car. Unlucky. Okay, yeah, actually, there was something else that I was going to talk about. I was going to wait until later on. So, I've been saying that I'm going to try Season of Discovery again, right? And I was thinking about it, and, like, I'm definitely at some point going to level my, my Warlock from 50 to 60. I'm going to do that. And I've said I'm going to try the Demonfall Canyon and Karazhan Crypts, which I, you know, apparently just came out a few days ago. And I've heard really good things about Karazhan Crypts. Like, I've heard a lot of people saying it's the best thing that SOD has ever added. It's really, really, really creative, really fun, which I'm excited about, because I was going to try it anyway. But now I'm like, okay, that sounds pretty cool. And I was always kind of thinking to myself, like, if I go back and try SOD, obviously I level my Warlock again, and I get to 60, but, like, what then, right? Then I'm at 60, I don't know anybody who really still plays SOD. I would basically be pugging my way through stuff to just grind gear, and, you know, I might be able to pug a group of, like, Demonfall Canyon, or Karazhan Crypts, but it's not like I would really be invested in any of that stuff. So I wasn't really sure how I was going to handle that. I also thought maybe I would level another character up from scratch because, well, I did want to finish my Warlock. I wasn't entirely sure. Wasn't entirely sure like how that would play out. I really wanted to do. Here, okay, rough ETA. His brother-in-law stopped over to grab something. Oh boy. Using. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so I was like, all right, you know, if I level another character up from 1, I don't know whether I want to go through the entire thing, and I've already leveled Nisad a few times. And while it would be novel getting to play around with the new runes again, I was kind of like on the fence about how exactly I wanted to handle it. And then I had a really cool idea. Sod at this point, it is, I would say, a lot closer to retail than it is to vanilla. I think that's a fair thing to say. While it has the soul of classic and like the zones and the gearing and stuff like that, the speed of the game, like the way that you play, you do gigantic pulls and blow everything up and you get all your runes and leveling is super fast. You have like 150%. I would argue it's probably closer to like Cataclysm Classic, like this era of WoW, than really retail. But it is very retail-like. So that's cool. And then I thought, you know, because it's not really the slow, super old classic that a lot of people tend to dislike, I could probably convince some people to try it, huh? So what I've been doing is I've been asking a bunch of my friends in my retail guild if they want to try, like, leveling a character in Sod for the first time. So the idea would basically be, I get a bunch of people from my retail guild to try out Sod, no experience, and some of them have some. Like, one of them that I've messaged already, Starry, which is the one who paid me 100,000 gold because he lost the bet the other day. He has played Sod before. He got to level 60 and he did Molten Core, but he hasn't played since then. But he said he's down to level a new character. So he'll play a new character. I have 2 of my other friends who never played Sod before that said that they'd be willing to try it. And I'm going to like see how many people I can get from the retail guild to try it out, because I think it would be really cool if we have like a bunch of people playing who normally play retail trying this out. And right now, frankly, there's not much going on in retail anyways. Most of us are playing like different games. We started like a Minecraft server that a bunch of people have been playing and just building up this Minecraft server. So I figure there's not really anything else that a lot of people have going on. I'm sure I could convince some of them because they have more free time now since we're clearing raid in 2.5 hours. So I'm like, that seems like it could be a really fun idea. So considering I already have 3 people who have said yes, and I've only asked them, like, those 3 so far. I haven't even asked anybody else in the guild yet, though I'm going to, because I wanted to make sure at least I had some people on board before I, like, asked everybody else. But I think that at this point it's, like, good enough to probably say that's probably going to be a thing that happens. If 3 people are interested, I'm sure I can convince more. And I think that would be really fun. Because then I can do like a little series of Mythic Raiders versus Season of Discovery, something like that. Where, you know, we have a bunch of people who have never really played Classic or have minimal experience with it. And then, you know, a few people like obviously me, Starry, and I don't know who else is going to try it, but maybe some other people who have played Classic before, who understand it well. And like kind of we have a mix of different experience levels with it, but we all, you know, do Mythic Raids and retail and see how quickly we can get through the content. And I think it's a really fun concept. So initially I was just going to retry Sod, but I feel like that's a fun way to retry Sod. Are they, is this his friends? Let's go. Their name is Hitmen Hard. Nice. You've been playing the anniversary servers? Yeah. I mean, I've been playing that too, and I tried to get some of my other retail friends to play it, but the reality of, you know, original classic is it takes forever. Like, one of my friends played up to 15, and then she got bored. My raid leader, Skeleton, actually played, he mostly played on his own, and he got all the way up to, like, 20-something, 28. Definitely further than most people. And then, you know, he had other stuff going on. But that's, like, a lot of playtime. But, like, for instance, in the amount of time that it took Skeleton to get up to level 28 on Anniversary servers, he probably could have reached max level in Season of Discovery. Leveling is much faster there now. Especially if you have other people to play with, which, you know, that would be the idea, right? If we have a full group of people, then we can find dungeon groups whenever. The one thing that I'm unsure about is I don't know, like, what format I'm going to do for it. And... I guess I could say this. So... This is... I have no idea how... If this will ever happen. But one of the reasons why I was really excited to try this is I've had an idea like this for a while. Of something like this. And I think Season of Discovery is kind of the perfect opportunity to, like, test run this. And initially, the thought hadn't crossed my mind, but then when I was going to retry it now, I'm like, wait, this is the perfect opportunity to do something like this. I've always thought it would be a really cool idea to take a bunch of people who, you know, in our case, we've cleared the hardest possible content in World of Warcraft, which, you know, compared to other MMOs, I would think it's fair to say that the hardest content that World of Warcraft has to offer is relatively prestigious, maybe relative to, like, other MMOs. A lot of other MMOs, their content at its peak is not as challenging as the stuff that WoW has. And I think it would be a cool concept to see if you were to take people who are, like, at the top end of World of Warcraft rating and have them try out a different MMO, how quickly could they get through that MMO and clear all of the hardest content in the game? So I have had this, like, loose idea bouncing around in my head for a while of what if I did, like, Mythic Raiders versus X MMO, Mythic Raiders versus Guild Wars 2, Mythic Raiders versus Final Fantasy 14. Always thought of that as a fun concept. Now, obviously, doing that would require me to get all of my friends on board to do that, and that would be a bit more of a difficult task, because especially if it's a different game, you know, they might need to purchase the game, etc. That would be a hurdle I'd have to overcome before that would ever be able to happen. So, like, this has been a loose idea in the back of my head, but somebody, like, a few days ago asked me if the series where I try different MMOs out and, like, you know, play them to the end was going to happen, because I mentioned that I was going to do that. And the answer, I said, yes, but it's going to be a bit delayed because I had a cool way to spin it. This is what I'm talking about. This was the idea that I had. Where, well, I could definitely right now, if I wanted to try different MMOs, right now, obviously, we're doing a different thing because, you know, I got my account back. But in theory, at any point over the last few months, I could have done that. But I had that idea, and I'm like, I think it would be even more exciting if I got other people, like my friends, my guildies, to try it out with me. And then we all saw, like, how far we could theoretically get. I think that would be even more exciting than just the original idea of I'm trying it out alone. So when I had that thought, that's kind of where I put that idea on hold. And I don't know if that's going to happen. But I think, honestly, if this Season of Discovery thing pans out and my friends end up enjoying it, hopefully, that could work. Maybe. And then I could convince them to do other stuff. So we'll see, I guess. I should note, I haven't pitched this part to any of them. I don't know if any of them are watching right now and are listening to this. But right now, it's just the Season of Discovery pitch. I mentioned the idea to one of my friends. And she was like, maybe. But everybody else, I'm just gonna, you know, wait and see how this goes. And if it goes well, who knows? It would obviously need to be at a point like this at the end of a tier where not much is going on. And we have more free time to do something like that. But I feel like that could be a really fun concept. It could be a fun, like, guild activity in general. You know, give us something to do during, like, downtime for WoW. But I also think that just as a video concept, it could be really interesting to see and fun for us to do. You're telling Skeleton right now. Hey, Calmore, good to see you. I would be curious if Skeleton would be interested. Because like I said, Skeleton actually did play Anniversary for a bit. Yeah, so that was almost a full level right there. Definitely worth the wait. But I'd be curious if Skeleton would be interested. Calbor, for reference, by the way, the people that I've gotten so far for Sod are Artie, Bernie, and Starry. So they all said they'd be down to try. Obviously, if that's something that you think you'd be interested in, definitely. But I asked them first because I figured, you know, well, Starry I knew had already played Sod before, so that one was a bit of an easier person to convince. But I figured Artie and Bernie would be pretty easy ones to get on board because they usually like stuff like that, so. Phase 7 is not the last part of Sod, no. We already know that they're going to do a Scarlet Crusade raid, so there is going to be a Phase 8. Beyond that, it's unclear. But that, at the very least, has been... I guess it has been confirmed. I think they have literally said that, yes, the stuff that you see in data mining is going to be a new raid. I'm pretty sure it has literally been confirmed by the developers. The computer drives and the lack of space say nope. Well, to be fair, it is classic. It takes up, like, 0 space. It's a very tiny game, but yeah. If you don't want to, obviously, no worries. I suspect that most people probably won't want to invest the time in that. I don't even think it'll be a major investment, because the other thing is, like, I'm going to make it clear, because I already told Artie. Artie's schedule is obviously very weird, where, like, her work hours are, like, during the middle of the day and stuff. Pretty much the times when I might normally be streaming is roughly the time when Artie works. So I already told her, like, I can level a character, like, with her, help her out, and stuff like that. The main thing, I guess, interesting stuff for the stream, outside of the novel concept of getting a bunch of people to try Sod who haven't before, would be trying things like Karazhan Crypts. So as long as everybody who tries it, we can all, like, sit down and figure out, like, hey, what time are we going to group up to do Kara Crypts? Or something like that. That would be the only really important part. Everything else, like, people can level whenever they have free time. That would be the idea. I missed a few messages, though. You think the new Kara dungeon is basically the candle mechanic of Delves with some really good-looking bosses and the classic engine models? I did hear that, yeah. I heard in order to make it work, they had to port over a bunch of retail stuff. Because in the last week, when Sod was updated, a bunch of, like, textures and lighting effects from retail got ported over to the classic client, including Anniversary. So a bunch of classic Andes are, like, reeing themselves into oblivion about the fact that, oh my god, the game looks more like retail slightly. The textures are a little bit more defined. Oh, too many pixels for my fragile eyes. But, you know, really, who gives a shit, right? But that goes to show that, yeah, they probably did need to take a bunch of code from a more modern version of WoW to make something like that work in the context of Classic, which, hey, I'm all for. I think that's really cool that they did that. Because obviously, they actually, I would say they were rather creative with some of the boss fights in Nomergon and Sunken Temple. Sunken Temple especially, they did some cool stuff. I think that's Sunken Temple I'm so torn on. It frustrates me so much because so much of that raid was actually really cool in theory. One of my favorite boss by far. Oh my god, Utgard Keep. Fuck off. Man. 30 minutes. Well, I gotta find quests to do for 30 minutes. That's frustrating. There's absolutely no logical reason why that dungeon should be available to level 78. But like I said, that's what happens if it's gonna give it to me. And that's the issue, right? Like, who in their right mind would run Utgard Keep at level 78? And if you've been paying attention, every single time, or I think almost every single time that I have gotten Utgard Keep at the lower levels, somebody instantly left the group. Because obviously, if you're level 78 and you get Utgard Keep, you're getting like no fucking experience from it. And it's not Astral Narub. It's not like a super fast dungeon. It's not long, but it's like on the longer end. And there's only 3 bosses. So it's a low-level dungeon. You're getting no quest XP. You're getting barely any mob kill XP. You're only getting 3 bosses worth of boss XP. It takes a decent amount of time. Who the fuck would stay around for that? I'd probably at this point leave the Nexus too, but at least that one's a little bit better. But that's unlucky. I was hoping I wouldn't hit that. I am at the point where I can do Ice Crown, though. And I guess the Ice Crown quests aren't bad, so I'll Hearth to Dalaran. And I'll do that. Everyone else in the group who's 7+ levels away. Wait, that works in random dungeons too? It does that? Oh, that's so fucked up. Yeah, they need to fix that ASAP. That's really fucking stupid. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Yeah, that is really bad then, that they still have that in the game. You're pretty sure it works like that in randoms? Yeah. It definitely... That sounds like the type of thing that Blizzard would totally fuck up, though. Because I know that they implemented the anti-boosting stuff, but the level ranges are probably baked into, like, the game from original Cataclysm. So it is absolutely within the scope of what I think the Classic team would do to implement an anti-boosting thing and not even double-check to make sure that the random dungeon finder doesn't automatically put people 7 levels apart in the same group. That is absolutely the kind of thing that they would do. Are any of these breadcrumbs to the Argent Front area? Sounds like classic, alright, yeah. What else did I miss? Flager thanks Hot Ice Tea for the gift sub. Oxara said Mythic Raiders versus Final Fantasy XIV would be fun. Yeah. That one might be a little bit more difficult. Because, admittedly, Final Fantasy XIV, I love that game, right? But it's a very weird case because the time investment for that is crazy. And you can't really tell somebody to just skip the entire story just for the endgame. Like, Guild Wars 2, I actually like the Guild Wars 2 campaign. I think it's pretty good. It's well put together. But you can completely skip the Guild Wars 2 campaign and, like, come back to it later, like, on your own time, and just blitz to endgame and then gear up and stuff like that, and do the raid content. So, if I were to do a series like that for Guild Wars 2, I actually think it would be a pretty good candidate. Which is one of the main reasons I had that idea in the first place, because I thought that would be pretty cool if I convinced my friends to try it, because catch-up in Guild Wars 2 is super-duper fast, and I always wanted to try the raids in that game, so I never got around to it, and I've been meaning to get back to Guild Wars 2 for years. I say that all the time. But I think it would be cool if I convinced other people to try it with me, because they would be able to get caught up super quickly. And then if, on their own time, they wanted to go and play the campaign, like, absolutely, that's within the scope of what they could do. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. But, Final Fantasy XIV, every single person, unless they paid for a boost, which I don't think that would be in the spirit of the game regardless, it would be very difficult. Webbed Crusaders, am I just unlucky? Has every single one of these been an ambusher? What am I doing wrong? There's no way I'm just getting really unlucky right now, right? There's absolutely no way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. What the fuck? Am I doing something wrong? Am I supposed to, like, approach them from a specific angle? Am I actually just getting insanely unlucky right now? And every single one turns into an ambusher. There's no fucking way that I'm that unlucky. I'm not seeing anything on the quest. I actually am getting that unlucky? Okay. This is, like, worse than vanilla quests. What the fuck is this garbage? Alright, new plan. I'm gonna turn in what I have here, and I'm going to nope the fuck out of this quest hub, because that is the most toxic quest I've ever seen. That's so fucking stupid. I am not even going to bother. This is probably slightly better than Hand of Justice. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to a different quest hub. That is some fucking bullshit. Spam that escape button? Yeah, that's how it goes with the Final Fantasy story. Like, even MSQ speedruns are 10 plus hours. I just don't think that that's a realistic thing. I don't know. That one, as much as I would love to, like, get a bunch of people to do Final Fantasy XIV, that one might be difficult. The only silver lining is, like, I do think that there is a sizable amount of people who have played Final Fantasy XIV in the past. Maybe not, like, the most recent expansion. So that might, if I ever do that, it would need to be, I would need to convince some of my friends who have already played it up to, like, Shadowbringers to try it again. And then get to, like, current content or something. I don't know. But it would definitely be a more difficult one to do. For sure. You're curious to try Final Fantasy again because you played it for the story, you did basic raids, and then you went back to WoW? Yeah. There's definitely a lot of good content in there. I've heard that it's in a bit of a bad spot at the moment, so I probably wouldn't try it again anytime soon until I hear that it's improved quite a bit. Which is unfortunate. It sucks to hear that they're having issues, but... all fun and games. Right, yeah, you have to do the ocular stuff to unlock everything. Can I do Argent Tournament already? I'd imagine that would give good XP. Level 80 quests. You keep meaning to try Guild Wars because you have yet to do that? Yeah. And so I should also note that while stuff like Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy is definitely something that I could do for that type of series, one of the main motivating factors behind, like, this idea in the first place is very old MMOs, like, for instance, Warhammer Age of Reckoning. Stuff like that. Or original Guild Wars, like the super old MMOs, which basically nobody plays anymore. Some of them only have, like, private servers, etc. Some of those, imagine getting, like, people to try that out and you have, like, a team of people playing it. I think that could be cool. But that would obviously be, again, a bigger commitment because they're a bit older, a bit grindier. But that's kind of where I thought, you know, if I were to try one of those older MMOs, it would be neat if I had other people to try it with. Let's see, 33,000 experience. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's like regular quest XP. Most of those daily quests are actually pretty easy to complete, relatively speaking, so that actually is probably a good thing to do. I do think it's worth noting, by the way, that at level 78, you could, in theory, go to, like, Mount Hyjal, Vashir, etc. You could start that at this level, I think. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. I'm not seeing any Questy markers, but Questy also isn't necessarily the most reliable. What I'll do is at level 79, I'll go back and check to see if the breadcrumb is available. Because it might be. That would be good to get confirmation of. I'm pretty sure I checked way back when, but I don't remember exactly. It's been a while.
What do you seek?
What is it? Do not.
So... Okay, these quests give slightly less experience, but these are obviously very easy quests to do. So I might as well do them. Doing... Right, yeah, it's the intro quest where I have to run around and... I have to get the advice from one of the targets, and then... Where's the guy I need to talk to? I have to charge this twice, right? I have to break its shield first to recharge. Wait for it. I'll wait for the thing to go back up. Then charge. Alright. And then this, I just mash the ranged ability. Vulnerable range target. Even though this is terrible advice, because you never want to just spam the shield breaker into that target. Then use thrust multiple times. I got kicked off my mount, but that's okay. So I got credit for this. And now, I think I can just fly around and get the advice of all the other guys really quickly. Do I need to be mounted to get their advice? I do need to be mounted. Okay. But there should be one close by, right? Yeah. So that was, like, slightly faster than if I did it the intended way.
Good day to you.
And then this dude.
Up with you.
And this guy.
Our enemies will fall.
Alright, that's all 3 quests. Maybe the ambushers have shared spawns with the other mobs around them and some idiot killed only the ambushers? Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't remember that quest well enough, but it could totally just be that it's completely random. There are quests like that, they exist. Really annoying ones. Ice Crown Scourge, I'll probably just get that automatically. I'm not going to do Blade Fit for a champion. Yeah, I can do the training a second time. Can't hurt. Is this full XP? This is, yeah, 33,000, so that's just a regular quest worth of XP, and this is fast enough, right? And let's say I want to farm Argent Tournament on this character later on. Hey, I already have some of the intro stuff done. Ah, I fucked that up. Okay, there we go. I'm going to wait for that to recharge. And there we go. That one's done. Death Speaker Karos is there. So I just need to do the roleplay flyover thing. This Hippogriff. And then this is just you shoot the lance at stuff on the ground. And then I kill Death Speaker Karos. I should do the Ocular quests. Then all the stuff in the airship will open up. And there's a bunch of group quests that I could probably solo, which would give relatively good experience. Retail WoW is also a lot like that level nowadays. Leveling's fairly quick, and most people can get it done within a couple days. You could start all the endgame stuff. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't even need a couple days to get it done, obviously, with my questing route. The thing about Guild Wars 2 is... Guild Wars 2 is more than just, like, a couple of days. Or it's less than just a couple of days, right? If you have, like, a group of people helping you, I guess, who know what they're doing, you can get to max level in Guild Wars 2 extremely quickly. The other thing about Guild Wars 2 is, theoretically, you could just skip to the end game immediately. Because everything in Guild Wars 2 is horizontal progression. Oh. I get another quest by doing this. So that was actually really worth it. It says I still need to hurl a spear at a Kraken, but... Oh, I do, actually, okay. I thought it just forgot to update, but I do need to do one more. I think it died before the final spear hit. Perfect. Kraken Tooth. Which one is this? Identifying the remains. Yeah, wow, that's just a free 33,000 experience. Yeah, this is, I would say, definitely pretty good XP. But yeah, like, the thing in Guild Wars 2 is when you buy... At least it used to work like this. I doubt it has changed, because it was a good model. So I doubt they've made any major changes to it. When you buy, like, one of the Guild Wars 2 expansions, it comes with a free boost, and you just boost to max level on one of your characters, and you're able to play the entire game, because everything scales to you. So you can do the entire campaign at max level, scaled to you. You still get solid rewards, so it's, like, worth doing that. And there's account-wide upgrades that you can earn. And then as you do stuff in Guild Wars 2, there's an item that you get every now and then called Tome of Knowledge, which gives you 1 level to whatever character uses it. So max level in Guild Wars 2 is 80. So if you make a level 1 character, give them 79 Tomes of Knowledge, and just use that in 30 seconds, boom, you have another max level character. So Guild Wars 2 is interesting in that it kind of incentivizes you to use the free boost, get to max level, and then once you hit max level, you can start farming Tomes of Knowledge, and you're never actually really leveling a character. You're just leveling a character by earning that by doing endgame content, and then you get like a free max level that way. So it's pretty cool, actually, the way that that works out. Black Knight of Silverpine. Is this where you have to... Oh yeah, you have to go all the way to Silverpine Forest. Which, you know, obviously I'm not going to do that. This guy's level 80, but I doubt it should be that difficult. I also just realized I forgot to learn Spell Reflect this whole time. Not that I think I particularly needed it. Alright. And I'll turn this stuff in real quick. You'd imagine the SOD disk base is higher than the classic one. I think it's the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you just install classic, right? And SOD is included on it. Like, they're all in the same download. If I'm wrong on that, somebody correct me. I'm pretty sure it's all in the same client. Because that's the reason why so often SOD changes affect Anniversary, is because they just update the exact same client. And in theory, it's supposed to be separated in terms of, like, the changes aren't supposed to flood over into Anniversary, but Blizzard isn't always great at making sure that doesn't happen. But I'm 99% sure it is a singular download. Minecraft servers with people that you know are always a fun way to pad the time? Yeah, absolutely. The one in SOD, you carry around a torch and enemies appear as you move around. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, but I'm mostly going to go in blind. I can't really avoid hearing things secondhand, but I'm not going to, like, look up anything about it. I would like to try and go in as blind as possible. I don't really care much if people talk about it. I don't want people to, like, try to avoid saying anything about it, you know, in my stream, just because I want to, quote-unquote, go in blind, but I'm not going to research mechanics or anything like that, is kind of what I mean. The WoW Classic servers have a selection method for SOD when you launch or in-game. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. A bunch of people saying that that's correct, that they're all on the same client. Okay. I'm glad I'm not crazy. I'm glad that's the case. Let's do the ocular, and hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer. It definitely, hitting Utgard Keep sucks, because dungeons around this level should be theoretically pretty good. But I think if I drop... Because it's hard to see here, but yeah, Utgard Keep, at the very least, drops at 79. So if I get to 79, that won't be an option. The worst possible case would be the Nexus. But... let's just hope that doesn't happen, because the Nexus would also be pretty bad. Honestly, anything else would be ideal, because the other lowest is Azj-Kahet. And Azj-Kahet, at the very least, I still have quests there that I can do. So that would be a good chunk of XP. So I guess that's the goal, right? 10 minutes to do the remaining bars. And then... riveting quest design here. There we go. Oh, do I turn it in here? Is it turned in? Oh, it is turned in here. Okay. For some reason, I thought I had to fly all the way back to the airship, but it is good that I won't have to. Okay. I just kill stuff, right? Yeah, just kill a bunch of stuff. So that works out well, because I need to kill a bunch of Scourge anyway for that other quest. No, 2 birds, 1 stone here. And then just Scourge Essence, okay. So then I just kill anything. Victory Rush, Victory Rush. Oh. Rotted out before I got a chance. Do I get all 5? Nice, okay. Well, I gotta kill this guy anyway. And that's the 8th Scourge quest done, so I'll swing by Argent Tournament later, pick that up. Free your mind. Yeah, this one. Do I have to... I have to DPS them down a bit, I think? Yeah. They have to be a little bit low health. Oh no, corpse. I have to kill them. Okay. It's always weird with these quests. Some of them you do it instantly, some of them you do it after they're dead. Okay. And the other one I remember patrols around this ring. There we go. These quests are a little bit slow, but I do know that the stuff they unlock is pretty good, so it's probably worth completing compared to other zones. I kind of feel like, realistically speaking, though, like, whenever I do this in MoP, right? outside of things like Amphitheater of Anguish, you're probably not going to bother actually questing here, and it's just going to be dungeon spam the entire way. Because there's no real reason to do this if you can just instantly get into a dungeon. But so far, tank queues have not been instant. And obviously, we're still waiting out the Deserter debuff. But honestly, I still think that this is probably faster than if I were to run Utgard Keep. Hard to say, because maybe if that was a really good group and we cleared Utgard Keep super fast, and then I got into another really good dungeon, it could have been arguably faster. But that's really tough to say. And I'd rather just experiment for the purposes of this run. Especially because I'm not really going to do many others for Cataclysm. Well, I'm not going to do any others for Cataclysm. But this way we'll have that knowledge for Mop. Okay. This is the one I turn in on the boat, right? I knew one of these, it sends you far away again. Just couldn't remember which one. So I'll turn that in, then I'll swing by Argent Tournament, turn in Training in the Field. And then I think by that point I'll be able to requeue for dungeons. Yeah, that should be 3 minutes. Should be good. Oh boy. Apparently, one of my guildies is posting a argument he had with a healer in a low mythic plus because they don't know how to use their dispel. Which, yeah, at that point, it's convincing somebody in a low mythic plus that they are playing the game incorrectly is just, you know, an exercise in futility. Just move on. Next key. Yeah, you literally have Poison Cleansing Totem to completely clear the Xalatath affix, so there's absolutely no excuse for Resto Shamans to not dispel it, but, I mean, there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to convince that to somebody in a low-level key. Is what it is. Will this quest give me enough to hit 79 on its own? That would be nice. Yes, it does. Alright. That's nice. I gotta reload because it's gonna do the stupid thing where the talent window doesn't stop flashing forever. And then I guess I'll do the rest of the Shadow Vault quests, which should, if I recall, also unlock all the other quests in the boat. It's a shame I have to fly there and back. But then the dungeon queue thing should also be back up, so that works out well. Also, I should note real quick, because I ended up starting stream fairly late, I probably won't do anything else after this. I'll quickly put up a poll right now. This is going to be on Twitch, by the way, so I see there's still a few people watching on YouTube. If you want to vote in the poll, just pop over to the Twitch stream. But I'm going to put up a poll for tomorrow. There's only going to be 2 options, because I included SOD in the previous poll, and at this point, I'm still going to do SOD, but that's going to be, I don't know what day it's going to be, but it's going to be a bit more special now, because like I said, I'm getting my guildies to do it. So I'll put up a poll, new poll. What should I stream tomorrow? And only 2 options, Classic, Hardcore, Feral Druid, or retail Demon Hunter 70 to 80. I'll put up a duration of 10 minutes on the poll, throw that up there. So one of those two I'll stream tomorrow. And I'll probably do, if it's the retail Demon Hunter run, so for context, that's going to be my Demon Hunter Lenara on my main account that I finally have back. So I can finally play it again, yippee. And I would be leveling that from 70 to 80. I'm probably going to start gearing that just in case. And if we do that, it would be, the run itself would be short, so I'd probably use something else at the end of the stream. Be it like either a bit of gearing or there's something else that I kind of want to do at the end of one of these streams as like a little bonus, but I would want to wait a little bit until until we have a stream where it's like, you know, a little bit, like the main thing I do is a little bit shorter. That way I don't overload the stream and it ends up being another super long one because I can only do so many 12-hour streams before I just, you know, I'm exhausted. Also, I'm pretty sure... Here, I'll re-queue for dungeons. Maybe we just get one instantly. Make my life easier. I'm pretty sure the boat quests open up, but I don't see it on Questy. But also, Questy has not been perfect with that, so I'll just do this stuff while I wait. Do I have to talk to them? Okay, yeah, that's how I do. Also, I have new pieces of gear that I could use around this level that I've been forgetting to equip. I can use that, and then I have this thing, the shield. And then I can put a shield spike on this. Perfect. Do I have to challenge them first? Okay, the game seems to indicate that I need to challenge them to get credit. Let's see if that's actually the case. Yes. Okay, if I don't challenge them, it actually will not give me credit. That's strange. Just gonna quickly loot all this stuff. Because there is a quest later that requires Vrykul bones. Please don't be in the Nexus. Okay, yeah, Ashcat's fine. Like I said, this is like the lowest level one, but I never got the quest done, so that's a big chunk of XP. That is fine. I am okay with that. Make sure everybody's caught up. Oh, but yeah, so I cut myself off, right? But if I do the Demon Hunter leveling, which I guess I could check the poll right now. Okay, well, right now, no votes for Classic Hardcore Feral. I'm guessing we're not going to be doing that tomorrow, unless there's a surge. There's still time. I think there's still about 5 minutes. If anybody really wants to see that. I will be, of course, leveling up that character at some point. It's gonna happen. Just, not sure exactly when. I'm also about to get blasted. Let's kick that. So I will finish my Feral Druid at some stage. But I honestly wouldn't mind getting my Demon Hunter ready. And if the Feral Druid does end up winning, I would... Obviously, I'm not going to level it. It's left at 46, by the way, so context in case you weren't following along with that whole saga. My classic Feral Druid left off at level 46, and it's still alive. I just haven't played it past that point. I got Wolf's Head Helmet, and then I stopped playing it. This was like a year ago. And I kept saying, I'm going to go back to it one day, and I meant to. Just never really did. So I'd like to try that again, just to be able to say, hey, I got to 60 in Classic Hardcore. Because I think that would be cool. And especially leaving off at 46, I'm already, like, fairly close. But I'm not going to be able to do all of that, you know, in one day, so it would take some time to chip away at that, assuming I don't die. Oh my god, somebody just Why do people do that? Why are people just like, hey, these mobs aren't pulled. Let me just hold W through the mobs because clearly there must be no other way around it if the rest of my group managed to get by without pulling it. It's just an embarrassing lack of critical thinking. Now I'm rooted. Fortunately, the Spellflinger is going to just blast our Resto Druid, and there's not much I can do about it because nobody else is interrupting. But we're good. Okay. We are fine. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the Feral Druid, I'm gonna just get that up to 60. A few people asked, do I plan on raiding on it? Absolutely not. I'm never going to do hardcore raiding. Oh my god. This... Is it the Hunter that just keeps face-pulling literally everything? Somebody just does not know how to hug corners in this game at all. Must have been the Hunter, because I think the Mage did it last time, and he was still behind. Well, that time the Hunter's pet got feared. I can't really blame them for that. But yeah, either way, tomorrow's stream, regardless of what we do, it'll probably be... The main thing will be a little bit shorter. Either I'll only do like a level or two in Classic Hardcore and then switch over to something else. Which I will leave as a bit of a surprise. And if it's the Demon Hunter run, then I'll do the run and then I'll probably do something else and stop early. I was hoping to do something different at the end of today's stream, but I just was a little bit too tired. I'm still honestly kind of recovering from that 12-hour stream, which I barely slept beforehand, so. I slept for like a normal amount of time today, but I stayed up like kind of at my normal sleeping time. I didn't go to bed early because there were a few things, like I updated the thumbnails and like title and description for the two different streams that I did on Tuesday, which really was one stream, but like I split it into two on YouTube. Is we had the leveling and gearing process for the Brewmaster Monk, and then the raid itself. And initially, they had very similar thumbnails, because obviously going into the stream, I didn't want to do anything crazy. I didn't want to make a thumbnail before I knew how the stream was going to go. That would have been weird, so I left them fairly generic, like, for a currently live stream thumbnail, it's fine. But then now, retroactively, now that they are video recordings on YouTube, I want to make sure they have a better thumbnail that more accurately represents what it is that I did in that video. So, editing that stuff takes some time, so I spent like 3 hours last night working on that while I did other things. Like the laundry, which I will admit, I've been letting the laundry, pile up a little bit, so one of those nice things where in between doing the laundry, I would, pop over working the thumbnail. Didn't have much else to work on yesterday. And as always, I would leave like Path of Exile 2 open in case some of my stuff sells, which, I actually didn't make any crazy sales yesterday, but I did get like, I don't know, a few hundred exalts, but none of my like big ticket divine items sold. It's difficult to leave Path of Exile 2 running in the background for if I'm streaming actively, because I don't want it to slow down my computer, because it could, like, affect the stream performance. So I haven't really been selling quite as much lately. Oh my gosh. Please don't target me again. God fucking damn it. The game hates me. There's no quest for the optional boss in normal, I think. I'm pretty sure that's heroic only. Alright, 0 votes for classic Feral Druid. I guess I'm leveling a Demon Hunter in retail tomorrow. Doesn't surprise me that people would rather see that, but yeah. For context, that's going to be my... I think I already said, but it will be my Demon Hunter Lenara on my main account, the one that just got unbanned. And I think I haven't really played it since Aberrus. So it has like full best in slot Aberrus gear, but I haven't touched it at all since then. Which means I probably will need to get some like crafted gear and whatnot for it. Because the whatever gear I left off at is not going to be stronger than stuff like the 528 item level gear that you can get. So I'll make sure I have that. It should be a relatively fast run. I mean, the Brewmaster Monk run was, what? An hour, 35 minutes? And that had really good gear from, you know, Dragonflight Season 4. So this one should maybe not be quite as fast, but at least sub 2 hours, I think, is a reasonable expectation. I can't remember the last time it took me longer than 2 hours to level a character from 70 to 80 with my new route. The new route is just so fucking fast. You've never been interested in classic or hardcore? Yeah, that's honestly totally fair. And I didn't even stream the classic hardcore character a ton. It was mostly something I did on my own time. I think there is some mild interest to some people, even who aren't interested in classic, in watching hardcore, just because, like, hey, if I die, it can be kind of funny to watch, even if it sucks for me. Which I guess is one of the main appeals of people watching, like, the OnlyFans stuff. Even though I personally, I don't know, it's a little bit too weird for me to watch that stuff. But I understand why people enjoy it. But I just want to finish leveling my druid. It's one of those things where I'll be honest, if when I finally get around to doing the classic hardcore leveling, if there's like basically zero interest in that, people love drama, true, yeah. Drama does tend to be popular. Do I have another quest for this? I think the final quest would be this guy, and then I should get it when I enter the room. Yeah, if I stream the classic hardcore druid and it's like there's absolutely zero interest whatsoever in it, the stream performs super duper poorly. Like, frankly, I was not expecting there to be that much interest in this run. I actually thought that the Cataclysm Prot Warrior, like, finishing this up would be, you know, barely anybody would show up and be interested in watching it. But, like, right now, 22 viewers on Twitch for something that I thought nobody would even show up for. 22 viewers is more than I could have possibly expected for something like this, because this is a speedrun that wasn't entirely that popular when I did it 6 months ago, and then we took a 6-month break and we're returning to it now. I was only doing this, frankly, as a sense of obligation, but there's been more interest in it than I honestly expected. Also, I never got this quest. The game never gave me this quest. I guess that's cool. So I just missed out on a quest because the game bugged out or something. The faceless ones. That's kind of dumb. I don't know why that happened. Maybe there was like an invisible checkpoint that I needed to hit. Either way, that's really annoying. I wasn't expecting to get a ton of experience from Ashkahet anyway, but let's just hope the next dungeon is a really fast one, and we can be done with this run. Man, This is also maybe one of the worst dungeon groups I've ever run with. I don't... What is this guy doing? He's just casting Blizzard single target, dude. Holy shit. I mean... I'm very impressed he's made it to level 73. That's a feat. Oh well. And I am out of here. Dear God, get me out of there. Can't challenge these guys in combat, really? They knock you away, that's annoying. I'll re-queue immediately. Sometimes you think you're bad at the game and you remember people like that mage exist. Yeah. I mean, I just, man. I guess I was pretty bad when I was like 10 years old. And I was playing this game as a hunter, like learning it for the first time. I was pretty shit. I was that bad, but I don't know. So I can understand how that might be theoretically possible, but I guess you would hope that that person is 10 years old. Because, yeah, when I was like 10 playing a hunter, my damage was really bad. But you would hope that if they are not 10 years old, they would, you know, be able to figure that out on their own. Anyways. I just forgot what I was saying. God. Calling of Stratholme. Fuck. Fuck. Of course it's Calling of Stratholme, man. I want to curl into a ball and die right now. I can turn that into the Chromie up ahead. I mean, at the very least, this is a dungeon at my level. I'm going to get good experience from this. It's just going to take fucking forever. Like, if this was Halls of Lightning, get the same experience in a shorter amount of time. So, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. That would not suck. Fuck, man. It's a big experience for that.
Glad you could make it, Arthur. Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin. As if I could forget. Listen, Arthur. There's something about the plague you should know.
We skip this? Oh, they're running ahead. Maybe we can skip this.
We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
If possible, that would be great.
What? This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Alright. 1 minute 48 seconds of unskippable roleplay.
City.
Gotta love it. Gotta fucking love it, dude.
My king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? You lost your mind, Arthas.
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
Crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Watch you do this.
Man, at least in the fucking heroic version, you can skip the roleplay.
Take control, and I will lead a small force inside Stratholme to begin the culling. We must contain and purge the infected for the sake of all of Mordor.
Any second now. Okay, it looks like the shaman started it.
Remember, these people are all infected with the plague and will die soon.
I probably should have gotten the food buff while I waited, but I didn't realize it expired.
Mordor from the scourge. Let's go.
We'll say, the Culling of Stratholme music goes fucking hard. The one good thing about this dungeon.
This plague to spread.
I can't run ahead, you have to wait the entire thing out.
I can only help you with a clean death. That was just the beginning.
Yes, this is the beginning. I've been waiting for you, young prince. I am Mal'Ganis.
Alright, does it... Can we go now? Can I start the thing? Or do I have to wait out the Mal'Ganis roleplay too? Please, game.
Until the flame of life has been snuffed out.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis. Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death.
Any second now, the first wave will appear. Any second.
Mal'Ganis will send out some of his scourge minions to interfere with us. Those of you with the strongest steel and magic shall go forth and destroy them. I will lead the rest of my forces in purging...
Those gaudy axes are the same ones you use for your DH's dumb mog on retail. Yeah, they do look pretty cool. Alright, finally the first wave. Now it picks up a little bit. I guess actually swiftness potions here. Because I can't mount. Not the worst idea. I wonder if this will actually be enough to get me all the way there. Considering these mobs are actually really high level, there's a very good chance that just the experience from this is enough. Yeah, it takes a while to spawn. I forget where it... I think there's multiple different positions for this first one. After the boss. Yeah. It tends to, like, alternate, though. Because the game wants you to run all over the place, which is cool. I need to drop combat if I want this to start recharging, though. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be perma-stuck in combat because of those zombies. Okay, well that's actually convenient. Normally they don't spawn that close together. I will not complain. Now at least we can kind of go a little bit faster.
Champions, meet me at the town hall at once. We must take the fight to Mal'Ganis.
Also, what happened to my XP bar? All of the little lines have disappeared. It's just a big blotch of purple. Okay. It's strange.
This city will be cleansed. I know the
I'm gonna reload just so that hopefully that gets fixed. Yeah. I feel like with the dungeon completion XP, this might be almost exactly enough.
get to you before the plague.
Especially because I'm pretty sure, yeah, I get 66k for the quest, 33k for the dungeon, and that's all before Joyous Journeys, and then all of the other mob kill XP throughout it.
Can't afford to spare you. Mal'Ganis appears to have more than Scourge in his arsenal. We should make haste. More vile sorcery. Be ready for anything. Let's move on. Watch your backs. They have us surrounded in this hole. Mal'Ganis is not making this easy. They're very persistent. What else can he put in my way?
I love how you can probably do about 2 Halls of Lightnings and the time it takes to do this fucking dungeon. Oh, goodness. This is one of the reasons why I always hate when dungeon leveling is, like, the optimal path. Because this is basically, I would say this is even slower than Escape from Darnhold. So, let's say I were doing a serious run, and I happened to hit this dungeon. It would be like game over, right? That's a tough one. Because there's no way that you'd ever, in a speedrun, realistically do the entire thing. But obviously, in this case, it's literally the final dungeon I need to hit max level. And I want to get this thing over with ASAP. So, we're just gonna suffer through it. It's the longest fucking 25-ish minutes of my life. At least this one is more fun than Darnhold. Yeah, I suppose. It's a little bit more fun.
I believe this secret passage still works.
RP heavy dungeons are so bad in almost every context. Yep, exactly. I am I am dying right now, man.
Quickly as possible. If the undead don't kill us, the fires might.
I miss when we had the Stratholme Holy Water. The, they added, like, some supercharged Stratholme Holy Water for the Titan Rune Dungeon version of this. And you could do, like, gigantic pulls and then just erase a bunch of mobs with it. It's pretty cool. This was actually one of my favorite, Titan Rune Dungeon variants. It also helps that, like, while it was on the longer side of things, the Titan Rune Dungeons tended to be longer anyways, so... You know, this dungeon was, what, 30 minutes on Titan Rune Dungeon compared to, like, 20 minutes on another dungeon. The problem is, it's still, like, 25 minutes even on normal. Whereas, like, you know, for a non-hard version of the dungeon, like, Halls of Lightning is 7 minutes tops. So... the difference is a lot less noticeable, I guess is a good way to put it, when, you know, it's already harder. And I enjoyed the mechanics of this, so it was pretty cool. For leveling, it feels like you're drowning. It just, right now, I am not. Alright. Yay, hooray, we're done. Run over. 1 day, 2 hours, 24 minutes. We are finished. Whew. Well, I can finally say that I am done with this. It ended up being pretty close. I guess I'm a little bit over, because then Chromie's also going to come and I'm going to get the quest completed. So, you know, cool, sure, yeah.
You performed well this day. Anything that Mal'Ganis has left behind is yours. Take it as your reward. I must now begin plans for an expedition to Northrend.
Then I'll just turn in the quest to Chromie, just for completionist sake, and then we leave him. It would be fun to see if there was a way to skip Mal'Ganis to the whole party, like running up the hills and dropping to the last boss arena. I don't think there is. No. If you happen to know of, like, any way, let me know, but I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. I'm pretty sure it is, like, you have to do it the scripted way to get him to actually spawn, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyways, I'm going to turn in this quest, and then I'm going to exit the dungeon, and then I'm going to end the stream. Alright. Anyways, that run's finally over and done with. I'm just going to jump off this cliff so that I don't need to fight these guys. And then hopefully they drop combat so I can, like, log out and whatnot. Yeah, so I'm going to... Of course, they teleport to me. Why wouldn't they? It would be too easy for the game to just leave me alone. No, it's gotta do that. Yeah, so I'm gonna edit together both these parts. I'll probably post it on the Stream Archive channel as like a full complete part 4. And then I can finally say that this run has been completed, which is cool. I'm glad that it is finally over. Anyways, tomorrow I'm going to be leveling up my Demon Hunter from 70 to 80, maybe gearing it a bit, and then we'll do something else at the end. Not sure what time I'm going to start, depends on what my schedule looks like. Thank you for watching. I'm going to end stream now. I'll see you later.